We will use the Yeti. We good? There we go. Cool, cool, cool. So I don't know if the settings are good and stuff like that. So if it's like too loud, I'll make some adjustments. But other than that, guys, we should be all set, ready to rock and roll. Just let me know if it's too loud, too not loud enough, and I can always readjust the audio. But we good? Yeah, cool. I didn't have it set up. I didn't have it set up. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, guys. So again, good morning. Happy Tuesday. It's still pretty slow with small caps right now. Penny stocks, again, that's just not where the focus is. There's been a lot of movements. There's been a lot of volatility in the large cap space with the indexes, with the broader market, and we're starting to see a lot of that volume and a lot of that attention and focus over there. And that's why we've seen, small caps and these penny stocks do really, really poor, right? It is what it is. They have been performing poorly. If it's like the weather, right? You got summertime, it's really hot outside. You got the fall starts cooling down. You got winter, it's ice cold. And you got the spring starts warming back up, right? If we look at the stock market like the weather, it's snowing outside right now. It is ice cold. It's below freezing, right? The penny stock market hasn't been all that hot. It really hasn't. It's definitely not warm. It's definitely not hot. It's been on the colder side past 2-3 weeks, and the reason for that, guys, is the attention, right? Just the focus from traders are currently not on these small cap penny stocks. They're focused on the big boys, the blue chips, options, right? Because that's where the volatility is. We're seeing $5-6 swings in the SPY. So again, that's where the opportunity is right now. Yeah, again, I don't have it set up the way it's supposed to be set up. I can give me 1 second. Let me mute it real quick, and I'm gonna bring one over real quick. Just give me 1 sec, guys. I'm gonna switch a few things around. All right, we should be good now. That should be 100 times better because that's the same settings that I use. You are whispering because of the neighbors? No, I don't care. I actually talked to the neighbors last night. I actually talked to them. They're like, yeah, we're just getting moved in. I'm like, yeah, you almost done? You almost done? Because I hear you at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, scooting shit around. It's crazy. We should be good now on the volume, guys. Again, right now, guys, we're live on YouTube. So come on over. We are live on YouTube, Alpha Day Trading. Again, we go live anyway at 9 o'clock. So might as well start hosting these sessions over on YouTube. You got questions? Definitely get those answered. Do you have any stocks you want reviewed? Again, we can get those looked at on the live stream with some commentary and some education. All right, right now we got 8 viewers. So come on, guys, let's go. Neo, LVS. Yo, Q-Tip, good morning. What's up? I had Neo on watch yesterday for the shorts below 35.80. It wasn't quick enough. It wasn't fast enough. You're starting to see a small gap up with the overall market. If you look at Neo's price action and you just look at the SPY, look at how similar they are, right? Neo opens and rips. The SPY opens, it rips. Neo consolidates and starts cracking. The SPY double top starts cracking, right? Slight gap down in post-market, starting to gap up a little bit in pre-market. Look at the chart, Neo, compared to SPY. Is Neo moving because Neo is moving? No, Neo's moving because that's just what the overall market's doing. Like 80% of the volume traded in the market is not by humans, right? It's all computer trading, algorithmic trading, right? So when you see a lot of this similarities in charts and the correlation between the the stocks and stuff like that, it's not a coincidence. It's a lot of that algorithmic trading, as far as market makers and stuff like that. That's why these charts, look pretty similar. Yo, what's up? Teach me something new, please. Jonathan saying risk management. Risk management, a lot of mentors, don't really talk too much about risk management. 90% of your job is not technical analysis, guys. 90% of your job is not knowing how to read a chart or look at a pattern or knowing the criteria behind a pattern, right? What's 90% of your job? 90% is the psychological aspect of trading. Psychology, right? Dealing with your emotions, being in the right mindset, thinking in probabilities, managing your risk, right? Risk management from Jonathan. So the easiest way to manage your risk, guys, is what I tell the team every single day is this is what I came up with, right? The 3 A's, right? This is something that I wish I would have known, something that I wish I was talked to about as a new trader, the 3 A's. Now, the 3 A's stand for analyze. If it's not spelled right, just get over it because I'm not wide awake to spell correctly today. L-Y-Z. Analyze, you got to assess, you got to accept. So anytime you're looking to take a trade, you need to think the 3 A's, right? I don't know. I'm out of it today, guys. You need to analyze the chart, number 1, right? What are you looking at, right? What kind of setup do you see? Is it a downtrend, right? Are you looking for a possible downtrend break setup to where you're looking at, oh, wow, that was not what I was going for. Where you got this nice little downtrend here, right? And you're looking to catch this higher low for a break of the downtrend, right? You're analyzing the trade, right? You got this downtrend here. You're looking to catch it on point number 4 off this higher low. You know, you have all these prior pivots as targets. You know, you got your low of day right there. So you're analyzing, right? You're analyzing the trade, right? Is it a high probability setup? Is it something that's worked in the past, right? Is it something that has worked in the past? One sec, guys. There we go. That's better. That's better. Here, actually, I'm gonna switch this over to a full screen real quick. There we go. Right. So again, yeah, the 3 A's. You're analyzing. What do you see? Right? What are you looking to trade? Right? Is it a bull flag? Is it a cup and handle? Is it a 5-minute reversal? Is it a simple downtrend break? Right? Analyze. Assess. Right? You got to assess everything. Right? That's A number 2. Assess. Assess your entry. Right? Assess your stop loss. Right? Assess your target. Right? There's a target. There's a target. And there's a target. So you're assessing everything. You're assessing your entry price. You're assessing your stop loss and all your targets. Then you got to ask yourself, is this at least a 2-to-1 setup, right? Right here, I'm risking, 10 cents. And my first target is 20 cents. Perfect. That's a 2-to-1 setup. My second target is at 30 cents. Fantastic, right? If I get second target, that's a 3-to-1 setup. The high a day retest, that's say 50 cents. That's a 5-to-1 setup. Cool. So at least I know that my first target is a 2-to-1. My second target's a 3-to-1. And if I get third target as I'm scaling out, I can potentially get 5-to-1, right? If I'm risking 10 cents to make 50 cents, that's a 5-to-1 setup. So you're assessing everything, right? You're getting prepared. You're not just going into a trade blind with no plan on when to take profit, no plan on when to get out of that trade, right? Based on the chart, based on the formation, based on the setup, you know where your stop loss goes. And if you don't know where the stop loss goes, that's what we teach inside of chat, right? Where do you place stop losses to not prematurely get stopped out? So you're assessing everything, right? Now you have to assess how many shares you want to buy, right? So first you have to say, okay, how much money do I want to lose on the trade to see if I'm right? So let's say I wanted to lose $100, right? That's it. I don't want to lose any more than $100 on the trade. And I'm making an entry with a 10-cent stop loss. That means I can buy 1,000 shares. And if I'm stopped out at 0.10, 10 cents, that equals a $100 loss. So I know that I don't want to lose more than $100, right? I can buy 1,000 shares. And I know looking at the chart, my stop loss has to go underneath that prior low, which is 10 cents away from my entry. So now I'm prepared. I've analyzed everything. I've assessed all my levels, targets, entry, stop loss. I've assessed my share size, and I'm assessing how much money, I could potentially lose on the trade, right? Am I okay with losing $100 on the trade? Yes, you take the trade, right? If it works out, it works out. If not, it doesn't. You move on to the next trade, right? As long as you're trading high probability setups, you don't really care what that individual trade does. You're not trying to be right. You're not trying to be right, because if you have the expectation of being right on every trade, you're going to get let down quite a bit because you're not going to be right on every single trade. So if you don't come into a trade with the expectation of, I got to be right on this trade, and it's a high probability setup. It has 70% odds. I know that For every 10 trades I take, 7 should be right. So I know that over the next 10 trades I take like this, I will be profitable. I don't really care what this individual trade does. If it's a loser, if it's a winner, either way, I'm moving on to the next trade, and I'm going to continue to trade my edge, right? And I'm going to see those consistent results. So risk management, guys, it's that easy. You just got to start with something as simple as thinking of the 3 A's, right? Analyze the chart, assess your levels, your stop loss, your entry, your targets, right? Assess how many shares you can buy to not exceed a certain dollar amount. And you have to accept that loss up front, right? If you can't accept the fact that you're going to lose $100, then you need to scale your size down. Go to 500 shares, right? That's a $50 loss. If you can't accept the fact that, to take a $50 loss, cut your size back to 250 shares. Take a $25 loss, right? Until you're comfortable with that amount. And when you can accept that loss amount, that's when you're going to be able to trade without emotions, all right? And that's the hardest thing that traders struggle with is, trying to remove those emotions when they're trading. So, Jonathan, that's something new, right? Said risk management, teach me something new. Boom, baby. Absolutely, right? You got to keep it very easy. We can't overcomplicate trading. It's very easy to overcomplicate trading. And I did that for the first 3 years, and I just sucked as a trader. When I started to simplify everything, right? Think of KISS. Keep it simple, stupid, right? Keep it as simple as possible. But don't keep it so simple where you're not trying to continue to educate yourself. But just keep it simple, guys, right? There's no reason to overcomplicate anything. There's no reason to trade 1 billion times a day, right? Identify, your edge, right? What's a setup that you like and what's a setup that you're consistent with? And how do you know if you like a setup, you have to trade it? How do you know that you're consistent with a particular setup? You have to back test it on a paper account. That's why we have paper accounts, right? You don't know you're good at trading bull flags unless you actually trade a bull flag. Why are you going to risk money to see if you're good at trading bull flags? There's paper accounts for a reason. Trade the bull flag, that new strategy, right, on a paper account. And if you suck, at least it's not real money. If it's great, take that edge and take that approach into a real account and start making real money. But until you actually know if you're good or not, you have to get into that paper account and you have to practice, right? Practice, 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 and then you're ready to go out there and actually play and go to the Super Bowl, right? You can't just go out there and expect to play official day 1, game 1 of football, right? And expect to be good. No, you're going to practice. You're going to practice. You got a little bit of preseason too, right? You're just getting warmed up. You're getting your feet wet before you actually go out there and start rocking and rolling for the season, guys. Same thing. You can't just go out there with 2, 3, 4 grand and expect to start making money without education, without practice. And again, this is what we do every single day in chat, guys, right? This is what we do. It's all about keeping it simple. It's all about getting you guys educated. Again, not a lot of people invest in their education. They put all their money into an account. They just start randomly buying shit, hoping to get lucky. They lose all their money, and they say the market's a scam. Market's not a scam. You're just not educated. At the end of the day, that's simply what it is. It's just simply not educated. So again, it all starts with your education, guys. You start getting educated. You start understanding what you're looking at, the risk management side of things, setups and strategies and, technical analysis and how to deal with your emotions and suppress your emotions, right? You just get educated. You're going to be far more successful, a lot faster than a lot of traders coming into the market. Again, guys, over here on TikTok, we're live on YouTube right now. So come on over, YouTube, Alpha Day Trading. This is where we're hosting our morning session right now, guys. Matthew, good morning. What's up? Everybody inside of chat, good morning. What's up? You guys are quiet today. You guys are quiet. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns? You guys just love hearing me talk. We got to get chat, active, guys, right? We got to get chat active. It was very active about a month ago, right? I understand it calmed down a little bit. I was moving, but I've noticed that chat's been very quiet lately. Not as active, not as much communication and collaboration going on. What's going on, guys? Do we want to shut down and go over the Discord? Casey's like, no, F Discord. NTRB. signs exclusive manufacturing agreement for Diocheck Visual over on NTRB. There we go, NTRB. And that's posted in alerts, guys. NTRB is another one that's currently gapping up. It's a low float as well with good volume. So I like the fact that it's a very, very low float stock. And we're starting to see some decent volume move in. Matthew, any penny movers? I mean, there are things moving, but it's not a hot market, right? Penny stocks, small caps. Yeah, I mean, they're moving right now. But it's not a hot market at this point in time. It's really not. You know, small caps, penny stocks are pretty cold, right? There's not a lot of focus. There's simply not a lot of activity, right? Where's the focus? Where's the attention in the market? It's going to be on the SPY. It's going to be on a lot of these blue chip stocks, a lot of these large cap stocks that are going to move in correlation with the entire market, right? So again, that's where the focus has been. That's where a lot of the opportunity's been. We've been looking at the SPY almost every single day for opportunity. Looking at some of those bigger name stocks as well that move in correlation, in conjunction with the overall market, you know, like Boeing, Netflix. You know, there's a couple other ones like CRM that I'm looking at right now. Zoom for possible swing trades. But to answer your question, Matthew, it's, you know, there's things moving, yes. But is there a lot of opportunity behind these movers? No, right? So there's the difference. Is it moving? Yes. Is there a great opportunity to capitalize? There's not been a lot of great opportunity. Decent opportunity, risky opportunity. We've seen a lot of false moves with penny stocks, but definitely there's some better opportunity if we just put our focus on, you know, where everybody else's focus is. And everybody else's focus right now is going to be on, you know, those larger plays at this point in time because the volatility is in the market, right? I mean, there's a lot of action. Jonathan saying that FOMO is a big problem for me. Well, yeah, I'm going to break this down one time because I did this last week with everybody inside the chat, right? If you have a problem with FOMOing in, right? Let's just do this. If you have a problem with FOMOing in, FOMO means fear of missing out. That means you're buying at the highs, all right? Wouldn't you agree? If you ever like got into a trade and you realize it was FOMO, it's because you're buying at the top, right? You're buying at the top, right? Why are you FOMOing in the trades? Right? You're not taking your trade when you should, right? You should be taking your trade right there in the bull flag. Why are you not taking that trade? Because you hesitated. Right? The only reason you FOMO into trades is because you hesitate. And why do you hesitate? Because you're not prepared, right? Again, we try and keep it simple, right? Really simple. Let's break it down. Let's reverse engineer this, right? If you're FOMOing in the trades, it's most likely you're buying at the high of day, right? You're buying at the highs, you're buying at resistance. You have that fear of missing out. You think it's going to continue to rip. You buy, the stock pulls back, right? The stock comes back down to reality. What just happened? Oh, okay. Right? The stock starts coming back down, right? You get scared, you get out. Smart traders buy the pullback. It rips back to the upside. The reason why you're FOMOing in is because you're hesitating. You're not getting in where you should be getting in, right? And why are you hesitating? It's simply because you're not prepared. How do you get prepared? What we just talked about, those 3 A's. That's all preparation, right? You analyze, hey, I see a bull flag. Oh, that's pretty cool. Nice bull flag, right? You assess, well, my stop loss would go there. Okay, my entry would be there. And my target would be up here at resistance, right? I see resistance up here. Okay, is that a 2-to-1 setup? Yep. Okay, cool. How much is the risk on this trade? Well, my entry's at 6. The stop loss is 580, so I'm risking 20 cents. That's where my stop loss has to go. And it looks like I can make 50 cents of profit, so that is better than a 2-to-1. All right, cool. At least it's a 2-to-1. I can make 50 cents. I'm going to risk 20. I don't want to lose more than, I'll give it about $200, right? I'll risk $200, and I'm risking 20 cents. That means I can buy 1,000 shares. All right, so I'm cool with losing 200 bucks. I know where I'm going to make my entry for the bull flag breakout. I know where my stop loss has to go underneath that consolidation low. I'm looking left. I'm looking at prior resistance. I see room for about 50 cents. I'm risking the 20 cents. I don't want to lose more than $200. That means I can buy 1,000 shares, and I'm okay with that, and I'm accepting that, right? I'm prepared. Guess what that's going to allow you to do? To not hesitate to take the entry, because you know what's going to happen next. You know that you'll lose $200 if you stopped out. You know that you could potentially make $400, $500 if you hit target, right? You know exactly what to expect. There's no unforeseen variable. There still are some unforeseen variables, so I retract that, but for the most part, you're 95% confident and you know what to expect. You know if you hit target, how much you make. You know that if you get stopped out, how much you're going to lose, right? So by being prepared, you're not going to hesitate. You're going to take the entry when you should actually get into that trade, right? And by not hesitating, you're no longer, being trapped into FOMOing in the trades because you're already in the trade. You're already in. You're already in where you're supposed to be, right? And then the stock moves and you're selling when everybody that's not prepared is buying and FOMOing in, and you're selling and they're buying and the stock moves down. And then you buy the dip because you're a smart trader, right? And you take it for the bounce back up. Get prepared. If you FOMO in, it's because you're hesitating. If you're hesitating, it's because you're not prepared. And if you're not prepared and you do not know how to get prepared, that's what we're here for. That's what we're here to do, to help teach you how to properly get prepared, where stop losses go on certain setups, the types of criteria you're supposed to see behind certain setups as well. Again, guys, we got to keep it as simple as possible, and it's very simple at the end of the day. I think we overcomplicate it. We make things more difficult than what they need to be. What kind of indicators do you use before entering a trade? The only indicators that I use intraday, right? Intraday here, guys. I use the VWAP. I use the 9 EMA. And I'm going to start having some fun with the 20 EMA. The 20 EMA is a very, very popular intraday exponential moving average. So I just, for shits and giggles, I threw up the 20 EMA, and I'm going to start applying the 20 EMA as well. Other than that, it's volume, price action, support resistance, Fibonacci retracements, Fibonacci extensions, and the RSI. Now on the daily, same thing, right? Support resistance, Fibonacci's, volume, my simple moving averages, the RSI. The only thing that I don't use on the daily is the VWAP. All right, so NTRB. Yeah, absolutely, guys. No one drops knowledge like this. I mean, there's a couple creators out there that do. There's a couple. But at the end of the day, everybody wants an alert service. I mean, let's be real. Everybody wants instant gratification. Everybody wants alerts. No one wants to put in the hard work to actually learn how to do this. And I tell you what, if you want the alert service, in about a few months, you're going to come back and say, I want to be taught. The alert service isn't going to teach you how to deal with your emotions. The alert service is not going to teach you how to build plans. The alert service is not going to teach you how to not be greedy. The alert service is not going to teach you how to set stop losses, create rules, and abide by them. The alert service is going to say, hey, buy here, and this is the target, right? Risk this. But what if the trade dramatically goes against you? What do you do, right? What do you do? They're just an alert service. Everybody that I've talked to months ago that did the whole alert service thing, half of them are a part of the team now. They realize the alert services don't work, right? It's cool. You make a couple bucks here and there. It's some great instant gratification. You see success in the market, but long term, you're going to fail. Long term, the alert service, they don't care about your success. They're looking to pump alerts and to collect a paycheck, right? They're not actually putting in the work. They're not putting in the education. They're not trying to grow. They're not trying to help you guys succeed, right? They're literally typing alerts, and you're paying them for them to sit behind a computer and just type shit. That's it, right? What skill set are you learning? It's like going to the casino, sitting down to a 20-year veteran poker player and saying, hey, play poker for me, right? Eventually, he's going to get up and leave and go do his own thing, right? A lot of these alert services are, one and dones. They're opened up for 6 months, they're down, right? The last thing you want to do is just get fed the answers, right? And then that poker player leaves, you're sitting at the table and you're like, fuck, what do I do now? Okay, I'm gonna try and do it on my own. Boom, you lost all your money. Instead, you sit down next to him and say, hey, will you teach me? Now he teaches you. So when he leaves, guess what? You have the skill set, you can continue to make consistent money. What do you want? Do you want someone to give you the answers? Or do you want someone to actually educate you on how to trade stocks, acquire the skill set, right? Have that good feeling of, I put in the hard work to learn how to do this, and now I can do this on my own. Versus someone's just, holding my hand and walking me through a couple trades here and there. TikTok mama, you literally, right as I getting ready to say that, right when I was getting ready to say that, you typed it up in chat. I love it. We're on the same page. Give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach him to fish, he eats for a lifetime, right? Just think of that, guys. Again, it's not about, I know a lot of us want instant gratification, and I was there 7 years ago. Instant gratification, right? But at the end of the day, I realized the alert services is not where I'm going to find my success. It's someone that actually wants to help me become successful, that actually has my best interest in mind. And it's not just feeding alerts, they're actually providing education. And it was just absolutely amazing. And that's why I know what I know, because I found the right person to teach me, right? And actually cared about my success. What time is it? Yeah, we got some time. This is awesome. I love this. I love doing this on YouTube now. Again, come over to YouTube, guys. YouTube, Alpha Day Trading. We're live right now. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, go ahead and get those posted up over on YouTube. Yeah, FAMI. Yeah, we were watching FAMI. I'm more interested in PROG. I want to see what PROG does. If it does pull back today, maybe a little bit of a mid-candle breakout for tomorrow. Indiana options. Yo, we got someone from Indiana. That's what I'm talking about. Woo, buddy. Yo, guys, join us on YouTube. Join us on YouTube. I mean, don't leave TikTok. We want to still get the TikTok going and stuff like that. But from an analysis standpoint, looking at charts, all that stuff, it's just so much easier to host this on YouTube, guys. So again, stay here if you guys want. Tap the screen, share it. Definitely help support the stream so more traders can find the stream. Because I go across streams at night, in the mornings, just for shits and giggles, and I see how much engagement some of these really shitty streams get, and it's pathetic. It's pathetic. I mean, the knowledge is subpar. The education is subpar, and they're out there teaching things that I'm like, I very much disagree with, but they're like 500, 1,000 viewers. I'm like, that's not right. I don't agree with that. I wish I can jump on here and explain why I don't agree with that, but that is not the right thing to tell a new trader. So, but yeah, definitely like it up, guys. Definitely like it up, share it. We do appreciate it, helping the stream. Shit, if we get a lot of likes today, we get a lot of shares, we get some viewers over on YouTube, guys. If we peak at 100, right? 100 people on YouTube, 100 likes. Let's do a free stream today. Let's do a giveaway today. I got some shit to give away. You guys want some stuff? I got a mechanical keyboard from Razer. I got a webcam. I got some smart glasses, all kinds of stuff, guys. So like it, share it. Come over to YouTube. Let's have some fun, guys. Smash that subscribe button. Like it over on YouTube as well. And if we peak out at 100 and 100, let's do some giveaways and let's have some fun today, guys. What's the difference between RSI and the stochastic RSI? So the RSI is the relative strength index. The stochastic is similar to the RSI, right? It's not the stochastic RSI. It's actually a stochastic slow or a stochastic fast, right? Little bit different on how they're calculated and weighted, okay? So basically the RSI is the relative strength index. It shows you when a stock is overbought or oversold. It is one of the most popular indicators to get an idea if the stock is overbought or oversold. A lot of traders use the stochastic slow and the stochastic fast to help get an idea of momentum in a stock, right? So if you're a momentum trader, right, and you trade a lot of momentum, you would probably want to look at a stochastic slow or a stochastic fast. Now, if you're like a swing trader, right, not really momentum based, but just kind of a swing trader, longer term investor, and you just want to get an idea if the stock is overbought or oversold, you would simply use an RSI. So again, I use the RSI. I like the RSI because I can spot these divergences on the RSI, and I'm a big divergence trader. Now the stochastic is a, again, I think it's two moving averages and it oscillates. When one crosses the other, it's considered to be a bullish momentum cross. And then when it's to the upside and it's falling, right, it's meant to be a bearish momentum cross. I do have a video on the stochastic. I don't use it, guys. I don't use the stochastic. I am not super educated with it because I just don't use it, right? But I do know the concept. I do know how traders use it. And it's more based for momentum trading, right? It's a momentum-based indicator, the stochastic slow or the stochastic fast. It is similar to the RSI because they're both oscillators, but as far as how they're actually used and what data is represented and pulled from those two indicators, it is a slightly little bit different. But again, I'd be more than happy to throw that up on YouTube. It's a lesson that I did about a month or two ago on the stochastic. And I actually have that lesson I can throw up on YouTube sometime this week, guys, and you guys can check it out. Yo, good morning, Tom, H. Watts, Chris, Yared, Casey, good morning. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Wade, what's up? Just sub, thanks for the education. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for the support. You know, this is something a little bit new. Normally we do this on TikTok, but why not have you guys seeing the charts and getting some explanation? So what's the, so can you explain how to use fib extensions and retracements? Absolutely. So right here, let's do PROG as an example, right? So you need two significant points. You need to know where the move started and where the move ended. We're talking Fibonacci retracements. So if we're looking at PROG, we can see the move started down here and the move ended up here, right? And these are levels that could hold up as support for the next leg up. So we can see here that the most common levels, right, that traders utilize are going to be the 38.2, the 50, and the 61.8. The 78.6 isn't a super solid fib retracement level. Now the level in between the 78.6 and the 61.8 is called the OTE zone, the optimal trade entry zone. Sometimes you see it kind of dip down into that level and whip down in that level and pop right back up and still hold the 61.8. Again, that's a different topic. That's a more broad lesson. But for the explanation of how do you use it, you have to find a swing low and a swing high, right? Where the move started, low. Where the move ended, high. You connect from low, left, to high, right. And these are levels that the stock could pull back to before making its next move up. Fibonacci extensions, all right? There's a couple ways to use them, but I'll give you one of the ways to use them. And one of the most popular ways to use the extension, all right? Let's go remove the retracement. Let's go grab a Fibonacci extension. So you can use Fibonacci extensions to get an idea of overhead price targets, right? So let's say the stock's in a new all-time high and you don't have any data to look left. You can't look left and see all this past support and resistance. We're at new all-time highs, right? That's uncharted territories. The sky's the limit. How do you actually get price targets? Well, you can use a Fibonacci extension. So same concept. You need to know where the move started, where the move ended, and where the retracement was. You need 3 points for a Fibonacci extension. So where the move started, click it, drag it up to where the move ended, click it, drag it down to the retracement low. And this is going to give you targets on how high PROG could go, right? You got a 100%, you got a 138.2, a 161.8, and you have the 200%, okay? Same thing here. Once those targets are hit and you get your next pullback, look, you got a big rip to the upside, the stock consolidated. It did pull back. So you can do the same thing. Get a Fibonacci extension. Where did the move start? Right there. Where did the move end? A high, right there. And where was the retracement low? Right? The retracement low was right there. Now, this is going to give you an idea of how high the stock could go once again, right? So again, you got the 100%, the 138.2, the 161.8, and the 200. Okay, so that's how you run Fibonacci retracements, and that's how you run Fibonacci extensions. So Mark, I hope that answered your question. That was a brief little intro on fibs. One thing to take away as well with fibs, guys, is they're not standalone indicators. You don't use them all by themselves. You just don't. Don't use them by themselves. You use them in conjunction with other forms of technical analysis to increase your odds in the market. If you use any indicator as a standalone, you're going to have really poor probabilities. So right now, what time is it, team? What time is it? It is 8:42. We're still good. We got some time. I'm over on YouTube, guys. YouTube Alpha Day Trading. Come on over. Come on. That's where my stream is, where the screen is. You can hear me as well, guys. So I was trying to find a way to make like a post, like put a sticker that says "Join us on YouTube," right? Alpha Day Trading. But yeah, links in the bio. So come on over, and we're getting ready to like legitimately start our day probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes, and we're gonna run this stream and we're gonna have some fun, guys. So right now, let's do a little scan, right? We got NTRB, right? NTRB, we're watching that one. Got BNGO with some news as well today. We're definitely gonna be watching BNGO. You got RRD, that's moving as well, right? All these stocks do have credible reasons besides RRD. I know NTRB had some news. I know BNGO had some news. TARA had some news. And then OCGN, right? OCGN had some news as well. OCGN. So RRD had no news, but it is moving a little bit here in pre-market. So we'll keep it on watch, but again, there's no news. So again, news, right? You got OCGN with some news, NTRB, BNGO, TARA. Back burner plays. We're still watching PROG today. I'm watching AEHR over 20. GOTU for the daily gap fill. This one has a lot of potential to the upside. I may swing trade GOTU. ANY back above 809. I think we could see 9 and then 942. And PTGX, I'm going to take that off the watch list, and I'm going to add that to our prior day mover list. Right now, I don't think there's a reason to watch it out of the gate. BT has been another prior mover that we're still just keeping on the back burner. VYGR is another prior mover that's still just on the back burner. GROM as well. So we have about 4 stocks on the back burner. These are just stocks that we really shouldn't focus too much on right out of the gates to start our day because we have better opportunity. But these are stocks that we should still be mindful of if we start to see some action move in. New updates in chat, guys. For those of you that are on the stream right now, right? New updates in chat. If you're not seeing the updates, you have to clear your cache, right? So you got to go up here, settings, privacy, security, and then just clear your cache and then come back and refresh the page, okay? So when you scroll to read a message and a new message comes in, it's not going to automatically scroll you down, right? It's going to keep you where you're at. You see this little green button right here? There's a little green button. That'll take you right down to the bottom and lock the scroll. So now all the new messages come in, you see it. But if you ever unlock the scroll and start scrolling, it's not going to automatically scroll you back down. You have to just click that little green button right there. Boom. It'll take you back down to the bottom of the page. Number 2, we have our new open stream with a pop out, right? So you can now open the stream like you can pop out the chat room, right? I can pop out my chat room. I can put it anywhere, right? And now you can pop out the live stream and put it anywhere as well. So now you don't even need the entire page, right? You don't need the entire page. You can actually just go ahead and place your live stream there. Your chat box is here. You can do whatever you want, right? You can do whatever you want. You don't even have to have the whole page open. Boom, there you go. You got chat room, live stream. You can still see your scanners, your new streamers, right? You can shrink this up a little bit if you don't want it as big. So again, you don't need the entire page open. You can pop everything out. Pop out the chat boxes. Pop out the live stream, right? Have some fun with it. But again, adding a lot more features for you guys as well. So again, if you're not seeing those, right, you just have to clear your cache. Make sure you don't have any ad blocking plugins or extensions, right? Anything that's ad blocking. If you notice any issues whatsoever, typically it's a cache because we do an update, and typically it's a browser issue. Like you have some kind of extension or plugin that's preventing you from gaining access or getting everything. So just make sure you don't have any like ad blockers installed or anything like that. Domo el ragazzo, Mr. Rabato, domo You are by far the best I've ever come across. Twisted Wrench. Hey, man, I do appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. I try, guys. Again, just because I never had this as a new trader, and so it drives my passion to make sure you guys have it. Because I didn't have it as a new trader. And, you know, it's something that I definitely needed to see a success a lot faster. Can you explain investing in a SPAC that is merging with an IPO, pitfalls, important stats to watch? I wish I could, but that is not my area of expertise. I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you. I'm not going to sit here and beat around the bush. I don't know. I really don't know. I cannot give you an explanation on investing in a SPAC that is merging with an IPO because that is not my area of expertise. And I don't want to sit here and give you the wrong information. What I would do is maybe reach out to Trade Invest Simplify. That's Kenneth with Trade Invest Simplify on TikTok, or Ashton Nolan, right? Both of those are more longer term biased traders when it really comes to investing into like a SPAC that's merging with an IPO. So maybe that's a good question for one of them to get a better answer than what I would give you. Oh, that you are just absolutely cute. You want to say hi to everybody? You want to say hi? No? What do you got there? Elsa.
Yeah, I came.
Look at those glasses. Those are sick, dude. I love them. They're sick. Those are dope. And you say, these glasses are dope. Hey, give me a kiss. I love you. Mwah! Have a good day, okay?
Good day.
Yes, good day. Ethan? Love you. Have a good day. Okay. Love you too. Have a good one, guys. Good morning. Yo, we got 57 viewers, 59 viewers, 20 likes. Guys, if we get 100 viewers and 100 likes, I'm keeping the stream open. We're doing some giveaways. Got mechanical keyboards, I got smart glasses, I got webcams, cash money, free chat room access, big fucking promotions. Guys, let's have some fun with it. Again, 100 and 100. So that means you guys got to share. You got to share on TikTok. You got to like it here, right? Help support it. Spread the word. Take the link, share it on your social media. Say, hey, come check out this stream today, guys. Right? We get 100 and 100. I'll keep the stream open all day. All right? So let's have some fun with it. Let's get ready to get fired up. We got a couple minutes. We'll roll the intro, and then we'll go ahead and dive into our day, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure I got that morning stock newsletter up. I've been so busy and so focused on, oh no, that's not right. That's not right. There we go. Let's go ahead and update that. That morning stock newsletter didn't look right at all. Yo, what's up? Good morning from East Texas. What's going on from sunny Florida? All right, what time is it? 8:51, guys. Do we have any final questions before we dive into our day? Final questions. Normally go live right at 9. We got 30 minutes before the opening bell. So any questions, comments, concerns? Got about 4 minutes for any final questions before we dive in to our day team. Final question. How are you? Yared, I love you, man. I am doing good. I am great. I am happy. I'm awake. I'm fired up. I'm motivated. I'm everything, baby. I'm nothing but positive. Woohoo! I'm ready to go. So, was there, where was the setup for chat to turn off the scroll again? It's automatically built in, Tom. It's automatically built in. So whenever you're down at the bottom of the page, new messages are going to come in. If you start scrolling up to read, it's going to keep you right there. You're no longer going to get scrolled down, right? You're no longer going to be scrolled down, right? So again, if you're scrolling up to read, if you left it here all day, that's what it's going to stay like, right? It's not going to move from this. So we added a little down arrow, right? So anytime you're scrolling and you want to reset, you just click the little down arrow right there. Boom. Put you right to the bottom of the page. Now every new message will come in and you will see that. But the second you scroll up like that, you will now be stuck there so you can read, right? But you need to be at the very bottom by clicking that blue button. That'll put you right at the bottom of the page and you will start to see all those new messages coming back in. So, all right, guys, let's go ahead and roll the intro. All right, let's go ahead and roll the intro. Let's get fired up. Let's have some fun. And let's make some money today, guys. Let's do it. Good morning, traders! What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? And happy Tuesday! That's right, baby. What? Oh, hold on. Good morning, traders, and happy Taco Tuesday! That's what I'm talking about. What's up? What's going on? Happy Tuesday, traders. I hope you guys had a phenomenal evening and that you guys are all fired up, ready to rock, ready to go, ready to make some good trades, ready to make some money. Go eat some tacos on this Taco Tuesday. I love it. I want it. I want some more of it. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell yes. Oh, hell yes. All right? We gotta have some fun, guys. All right, trading can be boring sometimes. If you're doing it by yourself, it can be boring. Why not have some fun? Why not work with a weirdo? Why not work with a weirdo? All right, you're working with a weirdo. I love it. So, once again, team, good morning. Happy Tuesday. It is October 12th, 8:55 in the markets. I hope you guys had an awesome evening, and I hope you guys are fired up, ready to rock, and ready to roll on this beautiful, beautiful Tuesday. All right, I'm taking this off. It's itchy. All right, I'm taking it off. It's itchy. Let's get serious. Let's get fired up. As you guys know, small caps are still very slow. Small caps are not hot. Small caps are a little, on the choppier side, right? When I say small cap, we're talking penny stocks, right? Low float, low priced penny stocks. It has been kind of hit or miss, right? Some days we see some great days with these penny stocks. Some days, more times than not, we're seeing some choppiness. We're seeing some slowness. Why is that? The focus is not with penny stocks right now. The market's volatile, right? The market's correcting. The market's pulling back, right? There's a lot of movement. The SPY's moving $4, $5, $6 in a day. That's opportunity, right? Then you have other stocks that are moving with the overall market, moving big too, making big jumps and big dumps. That's where the focus is. So traders have taken their focus and their attention from penny stocks, small caps, over to these large cap stocks, because that's where the focus is right now, okay? So with that being said, be mindful that, again, small caps, penny stocks haven't been hot lately. It's not hot, right? Is there opportunity? Yes, but is there an abundance of opportunity? There's definitely not an abundance of opportunity. So for the most part, if we continue to see that choppiness, we continue to see that slowness, right? And it's just kind of slow and steady, not as hot, not as predictable, a little too much on the choppier side. We need to put our focus simply on like the SPY options. Keep it easy, keep it simple, guys. The SPY's moving $3, $4, $5 in a single day. There's a lot of opportunity for SPY options. You guys know how to trade options? I can teach you guys how to trade simple options, buying a call and buying a put. You think the SPY is going to go up? Buy a call, right? You think the SPY is going to go down? Buy a put. Very easy. Doesn't require a lot of capital. You got 3 expirations during the week. There's definitely a lot of great opportunity with SPY options, right? So with that being said, let's go ahead and dive into what we have for small caps. Let's go ahead and talk about what is moving today, why it's moving, get us prepared, and see if there's any opportunity, and then go ahead and look at the SPY and see what we could see today. We nailed the SPY yesterday. We nailed the SPY off the 440 rejection off the daily downtrend, saying it could dump about $5 to $6. It dumped $5. So even if you guys would have bought the 436s and the 437 puts that we were talking about yesterday, they would have expired in the money. You would have made a good amount of profit, right, off that $5 drop. So we absolutely nailed the SPY. Let's nail it again today, guys. Let's see where the SPY could go, and let's identify that opportunity. But for small caps, right, penny stocks, what do we have? Well, let's go ahead and talk about RDD real quick. RRD, all right? RRD is a 70 million in float stock. On average, it trades 600,000 shares. Today, we're trading 2 million. It's up 25%. Why is it up, right? Why is it trading 3 times more volume today than it normally does, right? What's the reasoning this stock is moving up? I don't see any news, but now we're actually seeing some press releases come through here on RRD, and you're starting to see some volume. What just dropped? All right, so Catham Asset Management offers to acquire RRD for $7.50 per share in cash. This stock is probably going to go up to around $7.50 and probably level. So again, they have offered to acquire them. It's not a definitive, right? It's an offer to acquire them at $7.50 a share, but it's not a definitive. But since we have something, a per share amount, and we have an offer to be acquired, if this stock does move, it'll probably sit around $7 to $8 today, right? Wouldn't really expect to see too much hype and too much, right? Because here's the thing. From a trader's perspective, right? If they do become acquired at $7.50 a share, the stocks were $7.50 a share. So why would anybody want to pay $9, $10, $11, $12 for the stock tomorrow, see that they accepted the offer to be acquired at $7.50 a share, and then see the stock come down to $7.50 a share? Does that make any sense? No. That's kind of what's going through traders' minds right now, right? Me, would I pay more than $7.50 a share for this? No, because if they do become acquired and we see acquisition news and the stock's over $7.50, you probably see the stock come down to $7.50. RRD, I think we have better opportunity. There's not really any like hot news, right? There was no news up until literally just right now, right around 9 o'clock. So why was it moving over the past hour? I didn't see any reason, right? Maybe some insider, maybe there was some leaked news. Maybe there was the rumor of that, and that's why we initially saw it pop, and then we see the press release. Right now, I think we have better opportunity in the market, but we are going to keep it on watch as a little bit of a back burner play. A little bit of a back burner play there on RRD, guys, but I think there is much better opportunity. OCGN is one of those, all right? OCGN shares rise 20% in pre-markets after India regulator approves partner Bharrat Biotech's COVID vaccine, Covinix, for children aged 2 to 18. So an India regulator approves the partner Bharrat Biotech's COVID vaccine for young children, basically. All right. So again, we do have some decent news here. Shares were trading up about 20% right now here on OCGN. We are actually not up that much anymore. What are we gapping up on OCGN? It's now 9%. So right now we're gapping up 9% on OCGN. It's trading 7.5 million shares. On average, it trades 13.4. We can definitely surpass that average volume today. It had a lot of great action yesterday. Had some great action in post-market. It has decent movement here in pre-market, but we don't have an abundance of volume compared to what the stock normally trades, but we will surpass that. Another thing as well, It's a 200 million in float stock. What do we know about large float stocks? They're slow and steady movers, right? Slow and steady, the larger the float. The lower the float, the bigger the spikes, the bigger the rips, the bigger the runs. So I wouldn't really expect to see $1, $2 moves out of OCGN at a time, but could we see a $2, $3 move overall throughout the day? Yeah, absolutely on OCGN. OCGN is another hype stock as well, right? OCGN is another stock that has had some hype in the past. Again, it's moving up really, really nice. It closed at, what, 770 last night, hit highs of 946, pulling back into this 824 level of support. So we do have a lot of upside potential, and we do have some support pretty close by. It's a previous hype stock. We do have some credible news as the reason why it's moving up. We have decent volume. Still need to see some more focus and more attention here with OCGN to get that volume really going. But the one thing to be mindful of is it's a 200 million in float stock. So it's probably going to be a bit of a slower and steadier mover throughout the day, which can be a little bit easier to trade and a little bit easier to manage as a newer trader because it's not as volatile. Okay, so we are going to be watching OCGN right now, 824 support. We start cracking below 824. We're looking to pull back towards around $7.84 here on OCGN. We do have some room up towards around $9. I would say like right around, $8.90 to $9 here on OCGN. And then over 9, we have room to 946. Anything over that 946 level, you have a $10 target next here on OCGN. All right. NTRB. NTRB is number 3 on the leaderboard. This is a very low float stock. One of the lowest float stocks we have with good volume. NTRB is up 45%. It's trading 6.3 million shares. On average, it trades 400. We have substantial volume on the stock, right? Some of the best volume compared to any other stock that's currently gapping up, right? Number one, some of the best volume compared to any other stock that's gapping up, like TARA, RRD, right? INBX. So we have 6 million shares. That's high relative volume as well. It's up 45%. It's under 4 million in float. This stock could rip. This stock could absolutely run. Why is this stock moving up? Well, shares are trading higher after the company announced it signed an exclusive, keyword, exclusive manufacturing agreement for DioCheck Visual COVID-19 antibody indicator patch. What we really need to be taking away from this is they signed an exclusive manufacturing agreement in regards to COVID-19. We do have some hot keywords in this press release on NTRB, and that is exactly why this stock is currently trading 6.4 million shares and why the stock is up 45% here in pre-market. So let's go ahead and get prepared. This is a tough chart. Look at how choppy this stock is. Look at how illiquid this stock is, right? There's really never any volume on this stock, and then today, boom, 6.5 million shares. How high could this stock go? It is a tough chart. You don't have a lot of data to go off of. So we're going to go into a weekly and really try and clean this up to make it a little bit easier to get our levels. And again, even on the weekly, guys, it's just very illiquid stock. So I would say that 50-week moving average is a good one. And it's also that high from that weekly candle there, that spiking high. Let's go back into a daily chart here on NTRB. So yeah, that spiking high, that's also the 50-week SMA. You're going to have the 50-day simple moving average, which we're right above right now at 1035. So I would say $10 natural support as high as 1036 support on NTRB. So you got about a 30 to 40 cent window of support, as low as $10 natural support or the 50 SMA. How high can the stock go? Well, I think it has room to the 200 SMA. 200 SMA right now is at 1355. So we do have room right up towards around 1350. If we ever break that 200 SMA, that spiking high up towards around $15. Okay, so again, $10 natural support. 1035 is the 50 SMA. We're above it. We could definitely see that hold as support as well. We have room to 1350, and then we have room to $15 here on NTRB. Good news, good volume, low float. This stock could definitely take on off. I think this should be one of the top stocks we watch right out of the gate, guys. Okay, NTRB. BNGO. B-I-N-G-O. B-I-N-G-O. Bingo was his name. BNGO is a former supernova stock. I remember this one. The stock was under $1 for the longest time. Could never break a dollar, broke a dollar, never looked back early this year, hit highs of $15. And since then, it's came off those highs really aggressively. $15.69 all the way back down towards around $4, $5 on BNGO. So why is BNGO currently up about 20 cents in pre-market? Again, nothing crazy, right? It's not a huge gap up. It's not a crazy gap up, but it's up, and we have just a little bit of volume. Why is it moving? Right? So this morning says buy brings potential for significant new growth opportunities in life science research and clinical setting on launch of NX Clinical Solution. BNGO to acquire biodiscovery, furthering BNGO's vision of creating the most comprehensive variant analysis platform in genomics. All right, so BNGO is acquiring biodiscovery. So that's the news. They're acquiring another company to help further advance their project, their mission, their vision, everything they have going on for BNGO. BNGO is a former runner. It has moved a lot. It had a quick little pop. It's barely gapping up. It's not doing a lot right now. But there is some news on BNGO. BNGO is a former runner. This stock absolutely ripped early this year. And so traders see that, right? Traders see like, okay, BNGO has news, right? BNGO is a former, wouldn't really say it's a supernova stock because it ran over the course of a month or so. Usually supernova stocks, we see these moves in a week. And we just don't have the volume. Look at BNGO, right? It's up 4%. It's trading 800,000 shares, and it's been, live for about an hour and a half since that news was dropped an hour and a half ago. It's traded less than 1 million shares. On average, it trades 8.15 million. It's a 300 million in float stock. So do you think there's better opportunity? I do, right? We've seen better press releases. We have better volume. We have lower floats. BNGO, could it move? Yes. But is there going to be substantial opportunity? I think we have better opportunity in the market. For shits and giggles, let's just leave BNGO on the watch list as just a back burner play. But honestly, I don't think we should really pay too much attention to BNGO. OCGN looks better. NTRB looks better, right? And we're not even done yet. We have TARA. What's going on with TARA? Why is it up 15%? Why is it trading 4 million shares when on average it trades 100,000? Why is it trading substantial volume here on TARA? Well, there was some news this morning. FDA clears IND application. Wrong one. TARA shares are trading higher after the company announced FDA clearance of the investigational new drug application in regards to bladder cancer. Keywords, FDA clearance, right? It's a 2-star keyword. Anything cancer related is hot, right? Stocks move great. Anything that's cancer related and positive. And now we're adding in the fact that they received that FDA clearance. So TARA has a good press release. There is a credible reason for that stock to be moving on up, right? It's up 16%. It's trading 4 million shares against the 100,000 shares it trades on average. We have high relative volume, right? And it's a 9 million in float stock. So right now, we can see that TARA is actually number 2 on the leaderboard in regards to volume, right? NTRB is number 1 at 7 million. TARA is number 2 at 4 million. Both have good press releases. Both are low float stocks. Both have great potential to the upside, all right? TARA, resistance is at $8.55, all right? $8.55 to $8.75. If you know anything about penny stocks, you have that $8.75 number. For some reason, $8.75 is a penny stock resistance level. When we break $8.75, typically we run to $10 right away, all right? So that being said, I know that we're going to have resistance right at the high of day, between that $8.55 and that $8.89, right around $8.75. That's the average, right? $8.75 resistance. Breaking over that, we definitely have a lot of room to 10. And then your next target is going to be $10.88 on TARA. Now, where's support, right? We know how high it could go, right? But where's support at? Let's go ahead and dive into that daily chart real quick, guys. All right, so right there, I see good support from the daily. I see good support, a lot of resistance, right around $7.50. So I personally wouldn't be touching TARA unless it came down to $7.50. or if we actually put in better support intraday and it's validated support. All right, so right now TARA, I see good support down towards around like that 750 level. Right now we're at 786. We have room to 875. Over the 875, we have room to 10, and then room up towards around $10.88 there on TARA. PROG, all right, I know what you guys have been waiting for. You've been waiting for PROG, one of yesterday's big movers. PROG was in our morning stock newsletter yesterday, guys. If you guys get the morning stock newsletter and you scroll to yesterday's newsletter that was posted, you scroll down to my watch list. PROG was on my watch list. PROG, as far as support, targets, all that good stuff. We smashed every single target on PROG. We went 1 for 1 on PROG from the morning stock newsletter. It's definitely setting up again. It definitely has some good potential again today, guys. Okay. So with that being said, I want to see this holding above that 196 level, right? Definitely want to see PROG staying above 196. We are looking to open pretty much where we closed yesterday. I mean, we still have 10, 15 minutes. Anything could happen, right? I want to see if it's going to run again today, right? If it's going to run today, right? I would like to see it gapping up slightly, right? If it slightly gaps down, right, we may pull back into the 170s and possibly set up for a mid-candle breakout. I know I'm thinking too far ahead, right? We have a lot of time to go before that even sets up, right? But knowing that when we have a nice big green day and we see the stock gap down, typically we see a lot of profit taking from swing traders that doesn't do anything, and then we typically see a mid-candle breakout. But if we can open over yesterday's close would be support right around 214, right? We could see this up towards around $3 and then 330 here on PROG. Before we see $3, obviously we need to clear those pre-market highs of 246, but anything over 246 to 250, your next target is going to be $3 and then that 200 SMA, which is 338. Right now you have support at 196. Anything below 196, you have support down around 177. So right now we just need to see how PROG opens. If it gaps down, it may not do too much today and it may be setting up for tomorrow. If it gaps up and we hold above that 214, we could see another strong green day out of PROG. Again, 250, $3, and $3 and potentially 38 cents there on PROG. Keeping it easy, keeping it simple, not overcomplicating anything. AEHR over $20, room to 2150, and then 25. I want you guys keeping AEHR on high watch. This is a momentum play. There's been a lot of volume with AEHR, and it's ready to break 20, right? It wants to break 20. We saw it try 3 times yesterday. When the stock breaks 20, pulls back and retests 20 as support and doesn't keep dropping below 20. This stock has room to 2150. Anything over 2150, this stock has room up to $25. I want you guys keeping AEHR on high watch, right? Potential swing trade for me and a day trade, my number 1 sleeper play, right? My number 1 pick for a just a back burner sleeper play that's going to rip and run. I think this one has a lot of potential to start ripping and running. It's going to start popping up on scanners, and a lot of traders are going to start moving into the stock. I like GOTU a lot, right? GOTU, and here's why I like GOTU, right? I like the fact that it's trying to break over the gap down spiking high. The stock closed at 950 back in July, and it gapped down to 431. The spiking high was at 430. Look at that massive gap that needs to be filled on the daily. Look at the volume that moved in yesterday. If we see the stock breaking 440, right, and we don't lose 440, this stock has room to 5, 6, 7, 8, 50, 950 to fill that gap. I mean, there's a lot of upside potential. Not saying it's going to happen in one day, but definitely something that I would be comfortable swing trading. If I jump in this stock over 440 and I'm long and I'm taking profits, at 5 and trimming some profits, whatever, I will leave some size on the table as a runner for a swing trade. I like the potential GOTU has for a nice maybe 3 to 4 week swing trade, but I like the potential as well that it has for a day trade. Anything over 430 to 440, holding that level up as new support. I am thinking of going long on GOTU for the leg up to 5, and that's going to be my first target on GOTU. This is my favorite play, right? I don't really get excited about a lot of stocks too often. This stock excites me. I like it. It has a lot of great potential. I think this stock could definitely take on off today and see $5 plus. So I want you guys keeping GOTU on watch. If that doesn't happen today, I still think we should keep it on watch the rest of this week, the coming weeks. The daily chart looks good. It's showing a lot of potential to the upside, guys. And then last but not least, ANY. All right, ANY over yesterday's highs of 832. We have room to 875. We have room to 9 and then 942. Anything over 942, we could see this as high as $10. So right now, ANY has support at 767, right around 767 support. Resistance at 809, resistance at 832. Anything over yesterday's highs of 832, you're looking at like 875 to $9, $9.42, and potentially $10 here on ANY. All right. So again, that's what I got for you guys. Some back burner sleeper plays, right? Nothing fresh today, no fresh news, no fresh volume, but stocks that have potential. ANY. GOTU, my favorite. AEHR, another favorite, over 20, room to 2150 and 25. PROG for another day of momentum. This stock has room to 3 and 330. TARA is a fresh stock with fresh news and fresh volume. We're watching this one out of the gates. NTRB, fresh news, fresh stock, fresh volume. OCGN, same thing, has news, volume. It is a fresh stock for the day. And then two deep back burners, guys. Really, really deep back burners, like at the very bottom of the list, right? RRD and BNGO. I'm not even going to really focus on these two stocks that much. Why is that? I have OCG and I'm watching. NTRB, TARA, PROG, AEHR, GOTU, right? ANY. I already have 7 stocks that look far better than BNGO and RRD, right? 7 stocks that have way better opportunity than these 2 stocks. So I'm not going to overwhelm myself. I'm not going to have 10 stocks on watch. I'm going to focus on the stocks that I think have the best potential. Fresh stocks with news, going to be NTRB is one of the number 1 stocks I'm watching out of the gate. My number 1 back burner sleeper play is GOTU. All right, my number 1 back burner sleeper play is going to be GOTU, and this is the one that I would get in over 440. Dill Taco. So again, we talked about NTRB. Hey, bro, I have 500 shares of VYGR at 380. Should I keep or dump and take profit or hold until the end of the week, like everyone says to do? Jay, let's check it out. VYGR. Let's go look at VYGR real quick and see. There's good technicals. Let's look. If they're bad technicals, let's let you know. So you have at 380, 500 shares at 380. I mean, you're up $500. Why not lock in your profit, Jay? Right? Jay, let me ask you this. What's your goal per trade? Do you have a goal? Do you have a daily profit target that you want to hit? Right? What's your goal? What's your daily profit target, right? Are you looking to make $500 on average? You're looking to make $2? You're looking to make $1,000? What's your goal? Right? What's your stop? You're up $500. Do you want to risk $500 for maybe another 100? You want to risk $500 for another $50, for another 100, for another 200? Is it worth the risk? Or do you want to go ahead and lock it up and walk away with your $500 and not be greedy, right? If you're in at 500 shares at 380, you're up good, right? Definitely should have been trimming profits, not yesterday, but the day before. Definitely should have been trimming profits, in my opinion. You're in at 380, man. Absolutely crushing it. The stock almost hit 580. You were up $1,000. Should have definitely locked that in. Locked in some, right? Should have locked in some. I hope you did. So Jay, to answer your question, what I would do is I would go hard stops at 460. If it hits 460, get out. If it drops below the 200 SMA and it drops below yesterday's lows, walk away. The stock has room to fall down to your entry at 389. So I would go hard stops at like 452. 454 underneath those pre-market lows. If it holds up and it runs and breaks 5 again, you're still making money. But if it stops you out, at least you're going to lock in $500 and not take the chance of it pulling all the way back down to 389 by the end of the week. I would go hard stop under pre-market lows at the lowest, right? If you get stopped out, you're profitable, right? If it runs, look for another entry. Take some profit, though. Definitely take some profit, right? It's never a bad idea to get paid. It's never a bad thing to get paid. So any other tickers you guys are looking at? Oh, yeah. SOFI options. Over 1850, I'm long to 19 and then 1923. Right? So SOFI over 1850. I will go long to 19 and then 1923. All right. I like SOFI. I think it has some more potential today. The SPY. We absolutely crushed the SPY yesterday. Absolutely crushed the SPY yesterday, right? Double top off the downtrend 440. For the first time in a while, I told you guys to buy puts, right? I don't really say, hey, buy puts, buy this, buy this. I say, hey, this could do this based on this reasoning. Here's the education. It's rare that I give you just a straightforward buy this alert, right? I said, you could buy the puts, right? Go a 437. They were $30 each on a 437. They were $30 a contract, right? I said your stop's over 440. Did it ever stop you out over 440? It never did. The stock dumped all the way to 435. Those contracts went from $30, well over $200 a piece. Right? It's rare that I do that, but I was that confident in the SPY yesterday that we were going to see that gap fill, and we saw the gap fill, right? Off the downtrend rejection. So again, I want to see what the SPY does today. We may start to see it reverse, believe it or not. We have some slight daily divergence. We're actually starting to possibly put in a little bit of a short-term reversal. If you actually start breaking down the SPY into a 1-hour chart and a 4-hour chart, you can actually start to see how it's left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Look at this low. It is off the prior low, right? If you were to look at this as a possible reversal pattern, you can actually see that you have a potential inverse head and shoulders where you have that leg down. That's a left shoulder. You have the head, right? And then you have the right shoulder that lines up beautifully with the left shoulder. You have this neckline, right? If we hold above 432 on the SPY, we could definitely break the downtrend and move higher. Absolutely. So right now, support's 432. If you crack below 432, we'll probably come back down and retest those prior lows, the head lows. That's where we'll come back down to. But if we hold above 432 at the lowest, we continue to build higher lows, higher highs, and we start getting there for a break of the downtrend, we could definitely start to see the SPY rebound and start to move higher, all right? As long as the stock gets rejected by this downtrend, we're still bearish. So again, downtrend break, we have some room to the upside. We'll probably start rebounding. We've probably found our October bottoms. If we cannot break the downtrend, we start cracking back below 435. We see it cracking 432. We're still not in the clear, and we can see it back down under $430, okay? So with that being said, right now, today's a day of watching the SPY, observing the SPY. We need to keep it on watch around 435. Under 435 today, I think we could grab puts to 432 and lower. As long as we hold above 435, we have room to 438, and we have room to 440. So again, you got calls and puts all day, baby, right? Over 435, you can take calls on up to 438 and 440 today. Is $5 move realistic on the SPY? Absolutely. Under 435, you could see a nice $3 drop to 432, and the likelihood of us cracking are pretty high. We could see it at 430 and 429. So the SPY right now, definitely want to keep this one on high watch as well, team. Okay? Hogwired, what's a good entry point on what? The SPY, NTRB, TARA. What's a good entry point on what stock? Hey, we got 4 minutes to go, guys. I need to use the restroom real quick. My bladder is getting ready to explode. Give me like a second, and I'll be right back with you guys, all right? All right, we are back, ready to rock. Who's fired up? Who's ready to go? Who's ready to crush this market? Because I tell you what, guys, I am absolutely ready to crush this market today, guys. Back in the zone, feeling like I'm in my element, no distractions. I'm fired up. I'm ready to go, guys. Let's have an awesome day, team. Any final questions, comments, or concerns, let me know. But it is time to pound that chest. Let's go, let's go. Let's get it, guys. Let's have an awesome day. Let's take the best trades and let's see those accounts grow. If you guys have any questions, now's the time. We got 2 minutes, baby. Right now, out of the gate, first back burner play that I'm keeping on high watch. I think it's very underrated, guys. GOTU, I think it has a lot of great potential. All right. And then right out of the gates, right? The number one watch. What do you guys think is going to do the best today? Let's take a vote real quick. What stock do you guys think is going to do the best today? You think OCGN is going to do the best? Do you think NTRB looks the best? Do you think TARA, PROG is going to do the best? What stock do you guys think? What stock do you guys think is going to do the best today? SOFI? I like SOFI. See, I think NTRB has some good potential. Real Low Fast saying ANY. I think ANY has some good potential as well. Above 767, breaking 832. A lot of room to the upside. What do we got over here? NTRB. All right, Mark saying NTRB. Trader Bull, what do you average per day? Well, I was averaging like $500-600 a day. The last couple of weeks, I've had some pretty rough trading. I've been moving, selling my house, a lot of distractions, There's been a shit ton of distractions probably the past 30 days. Selling the house, getting moved, and getting settled in the new place. So I'm down over the last 30 days. I'm down like $600-700. Prior to that, when I was trading my main account before the small account, I'd average maybe like $500 a day. Usually is my average. But here lately, I'm actually down the past 30 days because all of these outside distractions. We got Prog, P-R-O-G. AMC, kidding. Maybe. You never know. But okay, so we got some PROGs, right? Let's keep PROG on watch. I'm like an NTRB, maybe NTRB with some potential, guys. Kind of flagging here out of pre-market. So we need to get prepared. We need to get ready. And we are all set, ready to rock and roll, guys. There is the bell, and we are live. I'm telling you guys, I like GOTU a lot. I think GOTU is a very underrated stock, and I think GOTU has some good potential. I'm keeping GOTU on high watch above 4. I do think GOTU has some good potential, guys. So right now, GOTU, really over 440 is where this thing could really start taking off on GOTU. Got some decent support right around 416 on GOTU. Decent support right around 420 to 415 on GOTU. I got to take a stab on it, guys. I think GOTU has a lot of great potential. I got to take a stab on it. I'll risk 410. I'll risk 15 cents. I think GOTU has some good potential. Let's see if GOTU can actually get this initial pop out of the gate. We do have some pre-market support. We came and held that here right at the open, right around 415. My risk is below that 415 level on GOTU. I think GOTU has a lot of good potential, guys. There's just something about GOTU that I like. And I think GOTU could definitely squeeze and could definitely pop. All right, so I am long, full disclosure, I'm long at 423 on GOTU, guys. I am long GOTU. Like I said, I liked GOTU. I think it has a lot of great potential. I jumped in right out of the gate. OCGN, nothing. NTRB, nothing. TARA, nothing. PROG, nothing. AEHR, and here goes GOTU. I'm in too. So right now, GOTU it is, baby. I have to take profit around 440 just because it's the high, and I'm going to leave a little bit of a runner on the table. So I'd be looking to take probably, maybe half my position up here around the 440s. I locked in half. And right now, I'm running the rest at break even just to see how high the stock could go. It wasn't a huge size. I only started the position and it started squeezing, but I do have 300 shares left at 423, and if it pulls back, I may add to it. I like GOTU over 440. Has a lot of great potential on the daily chart, guys. Has a lot of great potential to really squeeze to 5. All right, so I do like GOTU a lot. That's why I took the trade. So right now, GOTU was the underrated back burner sleeper play that is getting some decent movement out of the gate. Over 440, that's where the stock's going to take on off, guys. Over 440, that's where the stock's going to take on off. All right, let's see if it breaks 440. If it cracks back below 430, I may lock in the little bit of cheddar that I have because we're decreasing volume along the push, right? Look at the volume decreasing as the stock's moving up. You want to see volume increase as the stock's moving up, right? So there is a slight chance and a slight probability that you see a pullback. Let's see if we're going to break 444 here. Let's see if we can break 444 here on GOTU. Starting to see more volume move in now, which is good. Let's see if it can break on the first attempt at 440. Let's see if it can. If not, I'm going to close out my position and buy the dip. Again, I'm going to wait for the pullback. Right now, I'm still holding 300 shares. Not a big position, very tiny. But again, I wanted to jump in right out of the gate with a small little position to get my feet wet. I wanted a couple thousand shares. I only got 625 shares. Let's see if we can break over 444 here on GOTU. We start dropping back below 440. I will cut. Okay, cool. There's a new high, 446. All right, let's see it really start taking on off. Let's see if we could really start squeezing here. All right, I'm going to take another half there over the highs. Taking another half at 440, guys. Not a big trade. Very small trade. 80 bucks, 90 bucks. Nothing substantial. Nothing crazy. But I am going to leave this 150 runner into a swing trade now. So what I am going to do is I'm going to leave this 150 runner for an all-day move. And I'm going to see if the stock really wants to squeeze and really wants to take on off. So I'm going to leave this 150 on the table to see how high GOTU can go. And I think this could be a good swing trade as well, guys. So let me go ahead and get my hard stop in the system on GOTU right at my 423 break even. And I'm going to leave this runner and possibly hold it into a swing trade on GOTU. So 150, 423, 150, 423 stop, sell. We're in the system. We can take our attention elsewhere, come back to GOTU, and see how it's looking here over the next couple of minutes. Did SOS spike? Oh, no, never mind. JR shots. Josh! SOS. SOS is doing nothing right now. SOS is doing nothing right now. SOS is a crypto-related stock. Whenever crypto's doing really, really well, some of these crypto-related stocks would definitely move in sympathy. One of the best moving stocks in sympathy with crypto has been BTBT, right? It has been BTBT. So if anything, in my opinion, guys, if you're looking at crypto-related stocks, the one that's been moving the best, the one that's been moving the most, right, has been BTBT. So that's where your focus should be, would be BTBT. You're still getting new highs on GOTU, guys. Still getting new highs there on GOTU. We're at 450 now. We have room to $5 next. OCGN falling below. NTRB is now below that 1035 level, but like I said this morning, you have support right around 10 as well. Let's see if this one can hold on up. 453 high on GOTU. Anybody else grab GOTU as well, guys? I mean, that stock's up 30 cents a share at this point in time. 30 cents a share. Here we go. We got PROG. PROG. This one now has support right at 219. Like right around 219 to 220. 3 options on GOTU. Oh, GOTU is optionable? All right. All right, that's cool. It's optionable. Hey! Fuck yeah, TikTok. That's what's up. We got $200. You got 1,900. Woo! Woo! We already got some money right out of the gate. Jesus, let's go. Let's go. You got Dennis making $200. You got Doc Talk making $1,900 on GOTU. Like it, baby. Like that stream. Share it. That's what I'm talking about. Already got some early money. Let's go. This is how we do it. Boom. This is how we do it. See, I'm not singing, I'm rapping. It's better when you rap. GOTO, I think it has a lot of potential. I'm holding that 150 at break even to see how high that mother trucker wants to go. Yeah, see, I did it. I didn't say the F word. I said mother trucker. Right now, again, NTRB at $10 support, guys. NTRB with $10 support. We break back above 1035, guys. Watch for a quick red to green move. Back up to 1111. But right now, it has to hold 10. If you close below $10, you got to get out. You got to get out if you're in this one. Right now, it's like, I don't know. I don't know. If it holds 10, though, it can move. It can move if it holds 10 bucks. So, again, it's risky because it could dump. It's a low float stock at 3 million. It could crash hard. But if you like it and you want to get involved, you can risk at 981 stops. 981 stops on NTRB for this possible hold for the break back above 1035, back up towards around the open at 1070. New high a day once again, GOTU. New high a day once again, GOTU 455. Profit target for GOTU, I see room to 5 first, but I'm trimming, right? I'm scaling out of the trade. That's just what you have to do. You have to just trim some profits and leave a runner. I got a 150 runner on the table. And I'm looking at, $5 is probably where I'll lock in a little bit more, but I kind of want to leave some on the table because I think this one has a lot of great potential to move over 5. But still not a bad idea to lock in profit around $5. NTRB, I would stay away. NTRB, I would not take this long right now. I would not take it long. I wouldn't take it long. That's very bearish on NTRB. It looks really bearish on NTRB right now. Small caps, the only thing, we got GOTU, right? And we have PROG, guys. PROG, room to 245. Anything over 240, 245. We have room to 3 and 330 on PROG. So right now, team, the only 2 stocks that I think are worth watching, you got PROG and you got GOTU at this point in time. PROG and GOTU. Let's go look at the SPY. Yeah, again, under 435 on the SPY. Under 435. It is very bearish. Cracking below yesterday's close, we could see a lot of selling move in. A lot of selling pressure. So right now, let's actually go 434.60. 434.60. Dropping below that level, it has room down to 432. 432. ANY right now? No. If anything, what could we see on ANY for tomorrow, guys? If ANY does nothing today, if ANY sits sideways and does nothing, what type of formation could we actually see unfolding here on ANY for tomorrow, team? Do you guys see that? Yeah, don't fear trading because of taxes. You're gonna pay taxes no matter what you do. If you're a W-2 employee, you're gonna pay taxes. If you're a 1099 employee, you're gonna pay taxes. If you're a day trader, you're gonna pay taxes, right? You're gonna pay short-term capital gain tax. My short-term capital gains range anywhere from 15 to 20%. When I was working, right, I was paying about 22% in taxes. I pay about the same in taxes. I still pay it yearly. Every year, I get a statement from my broker. I send it to my CPA. She punches in the numbers. I pay capital gain taxes on my short-term gains. It's just taxes. You just have to take 25% of your monthly profits and withdraw that and put it into a savings account. And that's your tax account. You make $10,000, $2,500 goes into an account. No matter what, 25%, 30% to be safe. And if your taxes come back at 20%, guess what? You've made yourself a refund. By putting 30% for taxes, and if you only get hit at 20%, guess what? You have that 10%. That's your tax check, right? That's your refund. But you got to be disciplined with it. But don't be scared to trade because of taxes, because no matter what you guys do, you're going to pay taxes. What if yearly is negative? You can roll that loss into the next year and you actually don't pay taxes. You're not going to pay tax on a loss. If anything, you get that write-off and you can roll losses into your next year and everything like that. But yes, mid-candle. Mid-candle, absolutely on ANY. If ANY does nothing today and it sits above 750 and closes like it looks right now, absolutely a potential mid-candle breakout. TARA showing some great potential. TARA is showing some great potential right now, guys. I like this formation that we have on TARA. I like the drop. I like this potential higher low. I like what we're seeing on the RSI. I do think TARA has some potential here to break this short-term downtrend to start going on a nice little move to the upside. I like the dump. I like the potential higher low. I like the idea of some momentum, being able to move on in on TARA and start getting this thing to break up over 788 up towards around $8, right? Right around the VWAP here on TARA. GOTU, I just got stopped out on my last, so I made a whopping 68 bucks. I should have definitely got a few thousand shares like I wanted. Definitely should have gotten a few thousand shares. I wasn't really expecting it to just push straight up. I was expecting maybe another pullback along the move up, and I was never able to grab more size. So right now, my stop was at break even. I took profit at 435, 440, 450, right? I was scaling out little by little by little, and right now I just got stopped out on the rest for a very teeny-weeny $60 trade. I mean, absolutely pathetic. I wanted a few thousand shares. But yeah, it was a good little pop out of the gate. Definitely a decent little pop right there out of the gate. So it was definitely profitable, right? We grabbed 420 to 450. About 30, 35 cents a reward to the upside there. And I want you guys watching TARA with me. TARA break of the downtrend. We are trying to hold above the 20 EMA. We are trying to hold above the 9 EMA. TARA right now. We should all keep this one on high watch. Watch for the stock to start breaking 788. Let's see if TARA can start breaking 788. There's 780. Taking a little bit of profit there. Let's see if this one can run to $8 on TARA. Let's see if it can run to $8 on TARA. I took half at 1-to-1. I'm looking to see if we can continue to get some volume to really move in and break this up over the highs of 788. And just like that, I got stopped out at break even on the rest. Teeny little trade. My goodness. Pathetic. Pathetic. I think the thing is I'm taking like super small size because I haven't been trusting small caps for a while. Right? The small cap market, penny stocks have been a little bit on the choppier side. I haven't really been too trustworthy with them. So I think that's why I'm like a little hesitant to go like big size. Taking like little baby size. But yeah, there was your downtrend break. Quick little 10-cent pop. Got traders making some profits there on SPY. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Let's go. Let's go. And again, right now we can see that, small caps are a little slow still. It's a little slow. Got OCGN with a reversal formation, guys. You got OCGN with this nice little reversal formation. Right now it's trying to reverse here. Watch OCGN. This one could really start taking on off. You got support at 825. You have support at around 825 there on OCGN right now. Looking like it's trying to reverse. It has room to 875 and then $9 next on OCGN. Right now it has like 824 support. SPY is, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Good job, team. Good job. Cracking below that level. It flushed really hard and really aggressive. You could have at least got a quick little dollar move out of the SPY. And with that much volatility, I guarantee those options really started to increase in value. So good job for those of you that grabbed some of those SPY puts for that quick little washout. Right now, you do not want to see this back above 434.65. Want to see it holding below that 434.65 level here on the SPY. Martin, hey Josh, was that a bull flag or a bullish pennant TARA on the 1 minute? No, that was just a simple little short-term downtrend break, right? It came down and bounced, put in this higher low right here. Short-term downtrend that we simply just broke above. Nothing right now on AEHR. Nothing right now on PROG. TARA does have room into the 855s. Does have room to 855, but support's still right around that 750 level, guys. Support's still right around that 750 level right now at this point in time. PETV, I noticed PETV last night in post-market, but I didn't see any news on PETV. Let's see if there is any news. No, and no. So I saw it moving last night in post-market. I saw it moving again this morning, but there is no news on it, so it's just something to be mindful of. However, you do have a decent amount of volume moving in. Now, if we can break above 321, we can see it up at 340, retesting those post-market highs, and then your next main target there on PETV is going to be your 50 SMA. All right, your 50 SMA right around 360 there on PETV. Nothing going on with AEHR, PROG starting to fade on back down. TARA, quick little pop there. OCGN, nice little reversal. Again, still the same thing, guys. Small caps, just a little on the slower, little, less consistent from what we normally see with these penny stocks. TIPT. They get a $200 million strategic investment in insurance subsidiary. So about 24% ownership or a $200 million investment there on TIPT. And we can see TIPT with a really big gap up there on TIPT. And this one right here, we definitely have some room up towards around 15 bucks on TITP. So some good news, room to 15, support at 13.50. Let's definitely focus on TITP as well. TITP, or what is it? TIPT. Dyslexia. TIPT. So I'll tell you what, guys. I'm thinking about doing that free stream today. Let's just do a free stream. Let's have some fun. Let's rock it out. Let's roll, baby. And what we will do today is we will talk about how to trade options. Very basic, right? Keeping it very, very simple. The basics of options. Not getting really, really advanced. Credit, debit spreads, selling cash secured puts, iron condors. No, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about basic options, right? Calls and puts. The Greeks, what to look for, and how to take advantage of these large cap stocks in the form of an option if you are restricted to capital. All right, so today we are going to discuss options inside the chat. And everybody on TikTok, you can come to YouTube, right? You can come over to YouTube if you want. We are live on YouTube right now. CEI is actually not loading on my charts. There it goes. Now we're getting a little bit of a load up. Yeah, CEI is moving around a little bit, guys, but it's a little on the risky side if you ask me. And CEI is just a very emotional stock right now. I think there's better, more consistent, less risky opportunity. Right now, I don't see anything at this point in time that I want to get involved with. I mean, RRD, yeah, they had that acquisition at 750. I mean, we could see it pop up towards around, 680 next. Possibly up to 7 and then that 750 on RRD. Has a decent little uptrend here intraday. But again, I want to focus on, oh wow, look at that big rebound on the SPY. Look at that huge rebound on the SPY. Now we're back in bullish territory. We are considered to be a little bit bullish now here on the SPY. All right, team. So with that being said, quick little flush on your puts. Always good to lock in profits when you have them, right? I'm sure some of you guys did. And then bringing stops down into your break even. At least you're walking away profitable. But right now, back above that 434.65, we do have room to 438. So right now, if we can see the SPY holding above 434.65 at the lowest, ideally 435, you have room now to 438 here on the SPY for some possible calls. So right now, guys, I just a couple little teeny base hits on these small caps. And the reason I went small size is because, pennies have been a little inconsistent lately, right? Just a little inconsistent. What stock is doing the best today, large cap? You got Airbnb up 6%. You got Moderna up 6%. CRM not looking bad either. SQ is up. Netflix is slightly green on the day. BYND is one of my favorite stocks to trade. I like BYND. BYND, when it moves, it moves. I like BYND. BYND is like one of my top 5 stocks that I really enjoy trading. If BYND can pull back to like 103.80, I'm thinking about grabbing a long up to 106. I can grab maybe like 300-400 shares, try and capitalize on a nice $1 or $2 move on this large cap stock that's slower and steadier. You are seeing a nice little double bottom on the daily. We're starting to see some nice action today. So again, a 103.80 pullback on BYND. I would definitely consider a long position up towards around 106. Josh has some type of powers. I saw Casey crushing it on OCGN with his options and thought to myself, I want to learn options. And the second I said that, Josh goes, today we're talking about options. I can read minds, guys, if you didn't know. If you guys didn't know, I can read your minds. Ed, quit talking shit. Quit talking shit, Ed. Beth, shut your mouth. Whoa, calm down, killer, calm down. We're beating our chest at the same time. I'm reading your mind. Reading your mind. Oh, hold on. I have something coming in. Real Lil Spaz. Okay, yeah. He wants to. Oh, cool. What was the question? TIPT entry from Todd. TIPT 1350 support. Sitbet says never. TIPT has support at 1350. Not saying it's a good entry, but if it holds that level, it wouldn't be a bad area to maybe get a little bit of a starter position for the bounce back up into those highs of 14 to 1425. Again, you do have that 1350 support there on TIPT. That could be a decent little entry to start getting your feet wet there for that potential move back higher. You know what I'm looking for? BNGO. BNGO. if we crack this uptrend, we are losing a little bit of momentum here on BNGO. I'm thinking about taking a short here on BNGO if we start cracking this uptrend. Thinking about taking a little bit of a short position here on BNGO. We start cracking this uptrend. We see a little bit of divergence setting in. We are inside a little bit of this rising wedge formation. We could see it back down into the 520s, 528s. So BNGO. Sorry guys, that live stream. So Casey's setting me up a connection, guys. Casey's getting me a little home network, so this doesn't keep happening. The live stream buffering and everything like that. So right now, make sure you guys are live. Make sure your live is checked. Right? Anytime it buffers, it kicks you off live. Make sure the little red notification, the little red dot is in red. Yeah, just make sure that you are make sure you're live. Hey, Justin, 8888. I've made more money and learned more from this guy than anyone that I follow on other platforms. He actually teaches instead of barking calls. You're 100% right. 100% right. What's the point of an alert, guys? Come on now. What's the point of an alert? You might make a couple bucks here and there, but alerts aren't teaching anything. They're teaching you how to click a buy button. It's teaching you how to click a sell button. If you want instant gratification, you want alerts, that's fine. Go find a Discord server with a 19-year-old pushing alerts for 50 bucks a month, right? He's in it for a paycheck. He doesn't care about your success. Or find a mentor that actually cares about your success, that does provide that education and that value, not just alerts. So I love hearing stuff like that. Really appreciate it, Justin. Really do appreciate that. See, I was watching Tesla over 800 today. I was watching Tesla, but then I realized Tesla is on my shit list. Tesla's on Joshy Poo's shit list. I don't like Tesla. I don't make money on Tesla. I lose on Tesla quite a bit. So even though I would buy it right here, probably off this third point of the trend line, maybe. I'm not a Tesla guy. I don't trade Tesla. Woo! My goodness, look at that random pop. Look at that random pop. Didn't we see another stock yesterday with a really random pop and then it just got all really nasty and choppy and funky? Matt says, how dare you say that on Tesla? Tesla is on my shit list, guys. Everybody has one stock that they just don't trade well. Tesla is the stock that I just don't trade well. Tesla is definitely on my shit list. Yeah, NTRB halted at 9:50, 9:05. We're looking to be live at 10:04:05. So you still got about 4 minutes to go here. Yeah, Tesla's a no-no for Joshy Poo. Joshy Poo will not take Tesla. Fuck Tesla. You suck. I don't like you. TIPT above 15 could definitely be interesting. Absolutely. I got $15 resistance drawn up. 1548, right? Over 1548, that's where I think it would get really interesting. Let's go back as far as we can here on TITP. What was the highest the stock's ever been? Is it that 1548? Yes. So above 1548, guys, the sky is the limit here on TIPT. You know, shoot, your next major resistance level will be $20. They're on TIPT. And TIPT had some good news as well. 1350 support, 1425 intraday resistance, room to 15, room to 1548. Over that, sky's the limit, guys. And we could potentially see 20. Not saying we're going to, but that's your next biggest level of resistance over 15. 1548 would be that $20 level. So we're really not inside of that wedge formation anymore there on BNGO. So I'm not really too crazy about the short now. RDD doesn't look bad either, guys. RDD Doesn't look bad either. I mean, it's got a nice little uptrend. Right, you got a decent little uptrend here over on RRD. You could see a nice little squeeze forming for a quick little push to like 713. That's it. You got like 7 to 713 resistance there on RRD if it squeezes over 680 here. And it could definitely be setting up in a nice little squeeze formation. See, I was thinking about taking Tesla off the trend line. I was like, yeah, I would take it off the third point of the trend line, but I can't trade it. I got to be disciplined. It's on my do-do list. Yes, I have a list. It's called the do-do list. DOODOO. The do-do list. So yeah, if you guys are liking the live stream, we do at least one free stream a week, guys. We go live every single morning here on YouTube as well to get you guys prepared, doing that beautiful due diligence. Definitely smash the subscribe button, like the stream. If you guys like it that much and you think other people can find value from it, definitely share it as well, guys. It takes about 5 seconds to like, 5 seconds to smash that subscribe notification bell, and like 30 seconds to share the stream on your social media, especially if you have friends and family that would benefit from the stream as well, guys. I appreciate the support, and we're still rocking and rolling, and we are still having some fun. Tom saying HOTH is popping off news. HOTH receiving approval to commence cohort in clinical trials. So they received approval to initiate their clinical trials. HOTH, quick little pop. Let's see if that thing can hold on up now. Let's see if that thing can hold on up now. SPY's a little choppy today, guys. SPY is a bit choppy. It may be more range bound today on the SPY, so just be careful. You know, you may be, just really range bound. Just chop up and down, up and down, up and down, more sideways on the SPY. So just be a little cautious. If you see it's more range bound, probably try and stay away from it. There's not, a lot of great opportunity when it just kind of consolidates and sits sideways and bangs around, a dollar up and down, up and down, up and down all day. Now, I like SOFI too. I like SOFI, guys. SOFI has a lot of great potential. We just broke over that 1850. We are flagging here on SOFI. It is flagging here a little bit on SOFI above that 9 EMA. The 9 EMA is not 1850. So let's see if this one can hold above 1850 and possibly break out of its flag to the upside. I mean, it's got room to $19. I mean, we have room to $19 next here on SOFI. It's tempting. NTRB at $11 is a very tempting entry for that pop out of the halt, right? Very low float stock. Is very volatile. It's a riskier play, but I like the retest off those pre-market highs of at $11, and stops could literally be at like 1080, right? You could risk 20 cents to make 60, 70 cents. I like it, but I also like potentially SOFI here. It holds above that 9 EMA and it starts breaking out of this flag consolidation. Right now, it looks a little iffy, looks a little weak. But if we start to see this, it's looking a little iffy right now, guys. Looking a little iffy on SOFI. May pull back just a little bit more first. And we got some 1844 support. 1844 support on SOFI, and it is still consolidating in this flag formation. We start to see some buying volume move in, pushing this up over this downtrend. We could see a nice little push higher there on SOFI. So, I am watching right now SOFI team to see if this one can hold on up and set on up for us. This one has a lot of great potential. So I may be going long on SOFI with an 1840 stop. I may be considering a long position coming on up with about an 1840 stop loss here on SOFI for this possible flag. Okay, I just jumped in. A small starter on SOFI. Small starter on SOFI. Looking for that volume to move in to break this out of this consolidation. Possibly to the upside. Out of a little bit of a flag formation here. Again, not 100% in. Just a small little starter. I mean, it is a risky anticipated trade. But SOFI has a lot of great action to it. SOFI has some great continuation, some great momentum. But right now, maybe I jumped the gun. Now that I'm looking at it, maybe I jumped the gun just a little too early. Maybe I should have waited for that actual little break there. Yeah, I definitely jumped the gun there on SOFI. It looked like it wanted it. It did. It did. It was a nice pump, nice consolidation, nice little hammer there. I mean, it definitely looked like it wanted it, but in hindsight now, looking at it, definitely probably jumped the gun there a little bit. RRD doesn't look bad, like I said. We could definitely see a nice little squeeze over 680 here. Definitely see a decent little squeeze over 680 here on RRD, guys. So RRD definitely has some potential. 680 up towards around 713 there on RRD. Yeah, now TIPT back below that 1350. Kind of 50-50 with it. Kind of 50-50 with it. I mean, RRD has some great potential, guys, over 680. Up towards around 693. And then 713. Right now, we got just a nice solid climber here with OCGN. Wait for the stock to pull back, guys. Wait for OCGN to pull back. Possibly into this prior high. Maybe even this uptrend as well. But right now, you do have OCGN get some action. $9 resistance here on OCGN. $9 resistance, and then you're looking at $9.35 to $9.40 here on OCGN. TARA looks dead, guys. I got to take TARA off the watch list. PROG's not doing anything right now. AEHR is not doing anything. I'm taking that off AEHR, but we are going to add that to a prior day mover list because I still think AEHR has good potential. GOTU is on a potential swing trade list. If this one continues to set up, maybe we have a nice swing trade, but as far as intraday day trades, not really seeing anything right now there on GOTU. ANY, I do think ANY is good for tomorrow. I think we could see a nice little mid-candle breakout formation there on ANY for tomorrow. So right now, intraday, I'm not a fan of it, but definitely come tomorrow. I think we could see some good potential there tomorrow. Oh, yeah, Matt is a beast. Yes, indeed. Matt is a beast when it comes to options, guys. There we go. It's just getting a little sunny in here. Getting just a little too bright. So right now, I'm still like, just kind of iffy, you know, like 50-50 with small caps. I mean, NTRB, like that's why I'm iffy, right? I mean, you have that nice grind off support. You got 1, 2, 3 holding that bad boy up, quick pop, and then a big nasty rug pull to come through. So I'm still just a little iffy with, you know, a lot of these small caps, guys, because they just haven't been consistent lately, right? OCGN is the most consistent play so far today. OCGN is the most consistent stock right now at this point in time. You got RRD that just cracked its uptrend, guys. You got RRD that just cracked its uptrend here. PROG cracked its slight uptrend as well. Big nasty red candle. Big nasty red candle. Decreasing volume back into the 9 EMA. That is bearish, guys. That is bearish, right? When you see a big candle down, right, on heavy volume and a decreased volume bounce back into that 9 EMA, that is a great bearish setup for that next leg down. Same thing when a stock pops to the upside and it pulls back into the 9 EMA and you're looking for the first 9 EMA bounce for the next leg up. Same thing to the short side. When you see a aggressive candle down on heavy volume and then you see a light volume bounce curling like a rainbow, right? Looks like a little rainbow into that 9 EMA. That can be a great short for the next leg down. This one has room to $2 on PROG. Would not be trying to catch a long right now on it. It's a little too risky. SPY. Go ahead and check her out. You got a nice little downtrend here on the SPY. This little floor support. We're down about half a point today. Downtrend, trying to put in a higher low. I mean, yeah, but I'm still looking at that 434.65 level. So not just breaking the downtrend, but also regaining that 434.65 on the SPY. So breaking the downtrend as well as the 434.65. Yeah, we could definitely see it back up at 436 there on the SPY. Right up towards around maybe like that 436 there. GOTU is a little too steep for my liking. For a downtrend break, it's just a little too steep. It's just drop, consolidate, drop, consolidate. Not really just that nice flow. So, I mean, we'll keep it on watch. But just kind of looking at the price action and what we see, I'm not too crazy about it for a downtrend break. But we'll definitely keep it on watch and see. Got to get OCG in the pullback for us. Just got to get OCG in the pullback a little bit. We came right up into that level of resistance, right from that pre-market high of $9. Anything over that, you got like $9.35 and $9.40, but we're very extended right now. This stock literally just went from $8.44 to $9 with 1-2 little hiccups, right? Not a really healthy pullback, just little hiccups in price. So now we just need to wait for the stock to come back down to a level of support and just bottom out for us. And if it can bottom out for us, then we can get a nice little entry on the pullback for a possible little trade. AMD, guys, check AMD right here. AMD over 106. Starting to see a little bit of a cup and handle formation there on AMD, guys. A little bit of a cup and handle formation on AMD. Get about $1 or $2 to the upside. You get 107 and then 108. They're on AMD. So this one right now, looking like it could definitely try and break 106 off a decent little reversal setup here on AMD. That doesn't look bad at all. Look at the SPY and how just messy it is there. There's a lot of volatility with the SPY. Very messy, right? Look at that break and look at that immediate rejection on the SPY. You got to trade this like looks like a penny stock, guys. You got to get in and get out quick. I mean, that's some pretty aggressive moves. Nice break, nice clean volume, and immediately getting slammed down. That tells me that sellers are still here. Sellers are still really trying to push this down, right? We have a lot of dumps, a lot of drops, a lot of selling pressure. I would still be short bias on the SPY for the day. Based on the price action that we've seen over the last 45 minutes, I would be thinking more puts than anything. Right? Definitely not trying to trade against this trend, intraday downtrend. We see the break, we see that dump, right? Big dump, big little drop, big drop there off a false move to the upside. So I would be thinking more, again, you know, short bias, thinking more puts today on the SPY versus trying to catch any kind of long reversal. Still nothing yet on OCGN. You got to wait for some support to come in somewhere. So again, when we see a stock pull back, again, let's say it pulls back to that 862. We want to see the stock pull back and put in some market structure, right? Put in a nice little W, some market structure, get a nice little reversal for that possible next leg up. So all we're waiting for is for OCGN to come down to a level of support, give us some kind of market structure, put in a bottom, do something for us. Then we could look for a possible reversal there on OCGN. So right now, what I see is support is realistically all the way back down to 862. So 862 is like one of the best levels of support right now in OCG. And so now it's just a game of being patient. It may bounce a little bit along the way down. But overall, we still need to be patient because we have 862 to 863 support still at this time here on OCGN. TIPT. This one lost a lot of the focus. PETV was the random mover with no news. LOKB 10-8. No news. 10-7. They announced an additional 18 million pipeline forward purchase agreement of 30 million. That was on the 7th. We got a lot of good hype here with LOKB, guys. So if we're looking at LOKB, LOKB is currently up 16%. Trading high relative volume today. It's a 25 million in float stock. So it definitely can move, and it is moving, but there is no news. So that's just something to be mindful of. But we do have some decent movement here on LOKB, and this stock is now in new all-time highs. In uncharted territories, the sky's the limit. I mean, $15 potentially on LOKB next. If we break over 13, your next target would be right up towards around like 15 bucks there on LOKB. AEHR? No, there's no reason to touch this one right now. No reason to touch it. We're not seeing it break and hold 20 right out of the gate. We had potential. I think we see a couple-day pullback to 1674. I've been waiting for 1674 for just a few days. That would be a gap fill bounce opportunity. Look at the gap here. Look at that nice big gap up. Look at the pullback and look how it filled the gap and then bounced high. Wait for the stock to pull back and fill the gap at 1674 and possibly get involved for a gap fill bounce on AEHR for the leg back up towards around $20. You still have quite a bit of time. Again, 1674 is the gap fill. Then we could possibly see a bounce. I think we will start to see AEHR just pull back a little bit this week. Right now, ANY, nothing. PROG, 235 and 245 resistance. Anything over that 250 level, guys, that's when we could see PROG really get some action. 275, $3, and then somewhere up into the 330s for PROG. Getting some decent action out of the gate. Some okay opportunity out of the gate. But right now, you know, the top stocks that keep on watch. PROG, guys. PROG, room to 235, 245 to 250. Then we're looking at 275, 3, and then 330. They're on PROG. And then the other one would be OCGN, obviously. OCGN, I'm waiting for a better pullback and a better setup. That's all I'm doing is I'm just waiting for a little bit better of a pullback, a little bit better of a setup to actually get involved. I mean, we know we have room to 935. We have room to 950. And then we could see it up in the high nines, right around like 10 bucks. I am still watching SOFI as well for a possible downtrend break coming on up. So I am still watching SOFI. I think SOFI still has some good opportunity today. So that is one that I'm definitely watching. OCG, and I'm definitely watching this one as well, just for a little bit better of a setup. And then we're watching PROG as well. Other than that, got, you know, a couple back burner plays. You know, LOKB could definitely start moving. RRD could definitely start moving. We still should watch NTRB, but a lot of these stocks right now aren't doing all that much. And then ANY for tomorrow. SDC, I wouldn't really be thinking about getting involved with this one until we see it down towards around $6. Until we see this one down around $6, I wouldn't really be thinking about touching SDC. I want to see it at the 20 EMA, want to see it back down at that $6 level of support, look and see what we look like around 6, and if it looks good and if it's setting up, yeah, absolutely, we could look to take advantage of SDC. But right now, intraday, I don't see any reason to get involved with that one. GWH was just a SPAC. Was it a SPAC? Yeah, you know, IPO SPAC from yesterday. GWH. This one right now, intraday, you're looking at support back down at like 1658. $20 resistance here on GWH, right around that 20 to $20.41. And then really the sky's the limit on GWH as far as how high traders really want to take this. It's a newer IPO. They're very volatile. They move quick. You just have to make sure you're not getting yourselves put in a bad situation. But right now, your better level of support would be back down at like 1658. Or if it's going to continue this slight uptrend, holding those prior highs right around 1750. I am focused right now, guys, on SOFI. My focus right now is here on SOFI for a possible reversal setup, right? Held the VWAP, cracked below, back above, nice downtrend. If we put in a higher low, market structure, double bottom, anything, right? And we start to see volume pushing through this downtrend, I'd look to take this long back up to like 1847 and then back up to the 1860s. They're on SOFI. Do I think about TIPT's dead? Yeah, TIPT. I took it off my watch list because it's just not doing all that much, right? It's not consistent. It's below, it was below that 1350. I'm just not too crazy about how this one's moving and the type of volume that we have, right? I mean, we have better opportunity on PROG, guys. We have better opportunity on OCGN, absolutely. And right now, SOFI. let's see. SOFI is trying to reverse here a little bit. Got SOFI trying to get a little bit of this reversal here. I didn't get in. I screwed up. I screwed up. I thought I had SOFI typed in. I had RRD typed in. So when I went to go click buy, right, it bought me at on RRD, and I thought I had SOFI typed in. So I was trying to nail SOFI right there at like 1835. So what I'm going to do now is wait for the pullback. What I'm going to do now here is just wait for a short little pullback, just a little short-term pullback, maybe to that 1835, and then look to go long. But I missed my entry right through that push, right through that pop, because I had RRD typed up. And it already hit that first target too, 1847. So, again, you know, you're not going to nail them all. Every now and then you make mistakes. You miss your entries, but you don't chase. So again, right now, why am I not buying it here? Because I realized we could see it pull back, and I can get just a little bit of a lower entry. So let's wait for SOFI to pull back a little bit. Again, if you're in OCGN, your next level is 935 to 940. That's your level of resistance. Right now, you have support right around 910. Right around 910 to 912 there is support over on OCGN. I'm so kicking myself in the butt on SOFI. How did I do that? Why did I do that? How did I miss it? Joshy Poo. Come on now, man. Come on now. You're just commentating. That's all you're doing. It's no big deal. You're just talking. How do you screw up like that? Yeah, there. SOFI, your next target is 1860. That was a good setup too. I liked it. I am watching LOKB as well for the decreasing volume pullback into the 9 EMA, into the prior high. Old resistance, new support with the 9 EMA here on LOKB. Definitely showing some potential here on LOKB. Definitely showing a little bit of potential here on LOKB. So right now you do have LOKB with 1290 prior high support. Broke over that level of resistance. New high a day on LOKB. We could definitely start to see a little bit of a bounce back up into the 1320s. But the stop loss has to be about 20 cents as well. So that risk reward isn't very attractive on LOKB. And OCGN, guys, OCGN has a lot of great momentum, has a lot of great opportunity. Up into the 935s and the 940s. And I like PROG up to 235 as well, but the stop has to be under VWAP at 215. So again, a lot of one-to-one setups. right? The only setup that I saw that it was at least a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 was SOFI, and that's the one I screwed up on. PROG was a 1-to-1. I don't trade 1-to-1s. LOKB is a little bit of a 1-to-1 as well. I mean, I like the potential that it has, but, you know, again, we have to really identify, you know, 2-to-1 setups minimum, right? 2-to-1 setups minimum to where, you know, worst case, you're having a rough month, right? And you have a 50% win rate. At least you can still make money. Definitely always applying, you know, a 2-to-1 mindset and a 2-to-1 approach. So, you know, that's why I'm not in on PROG, because it's a 1-to-1. That's why I'm not in on OCGN, because I'm seeing a little bit of a 1-to-1 here as well. I mean, it has room for about 20 cents, but I see a stop of 20 cents as well under 9. LOKB, same thing. I like the possibility and the potential that it has, but again, it's a little bit of a 1-to-1, and I'm not a 1-to-1 trader. All right, team, give me like 2-3 minutes if you guys do not mind, and I will be right back on the mic with you. About 2-3 minutes. Thank you, guys. All right, guys, we're back. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Right now, guys, just still sitting back on those beautiful hands, and just trying to just identify a good setup. Right? I mean, really, at the end of the day, that's all I'm trying to do is just sit back, be patient, and wait for the best of the best setup. I got OCGN cracking. It's a little bit of an uptrend here, and we still have support all the way back down to 862. So if we see a little something like this, right, and you're starting to see the 9 cross the 20 as well. So if we can see OCGN bounce back up just a little bit here, maybe off that prior low, come down and bounce back up to that level of resistance and get rejected, may think about a short for the next leg down into that prior level of resistance as possibly new support. So right now, I'm not going to chase it. If I was here, I would have grabbed it for a crack of the uptrend for the initial leg down. But let's see if it can bounce back, retest the downtrend. The uptrend, uptrend support as new resistance, and then see if we can catch it for a possible short down into the 860s. They're on OCGN. CCXI totally tanked. I haven't even looked at CCXI in a while. Yeah, that one's pulling back really hard right now on CCXI. Yeah, CCXI is definitely pulling back pretty aggressively right now, guys. CCXI could definitely bounce at 38.18. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 38.18 dip buy. And then if we crack below 38.18, you're looking to come down towards around 37 next. Here on CCXI. CCXI is shortable. I like all of that selling pressure. What I would be waiting for is a little bit of a bounce back up into that 9 EMA or the 20 and look for a possible rejection for the next leg down to the short side there on CCXI. Again, OCG and a couple things that we could see, right? Couple things that we could see here on OCGN. Number one, big head and shoulders formation possibility, right? Possibly a little bit of a head and shoulders formation. And then on top of that, it was just a simple crack of the uptrend, right? It's a simple crack of the uptrend. When you're above the uptrend, you're considered to be bullish. When you're below the uptrend, you're considered to be bearish. So not only could we see a possible head and shoulders formation, right? Possibly. It's a question mark, maybe. But we could also see that come back up and retest that uptrend as new uptrend resistance, get rejected off that old level of resistance, right? That turned into support momentarily. That is now once again resistance at 912 for that next leg down here on OCG. And I'm definitely looking for a possible setup for a possible short here on OCGN. Again, retesting resistance, retesting the uptrend, right? Old support, new resistance, and a possible head and shoulders formation there on OCGN. And then CCXI, looking for this stock to bounce, back up into a level of resistance, get rejected, and then start its next leg down. So right now, CCXI, I'm leaning to the short side. I just need to wait for the stock to bounce back up and find it getting rejected somewhere. And then OCGN for the possible head and shoulders formation here. So the neckline and that low is right at 893. Below 893, we have room to 887. We'll probably see it bounce at 887. If it cracks 887, down to 876 VWAP, and then potentially down towards around 860 there on OCG into the short side. NTRB is done for, guys. Yeah, PROG, I mean, again, this one has a lot of potential. This one was on our watch list from yesterday on that morning stock newsletter. So, again, right now, we do have a lot of great potential here over on PROG. And so right now, I'm just going to go ahead and mark up these levels for everybody so we know exactly how high PROG could go. Right now, you have room to 260, over 260, room to 270, over 270, room to 290, and then 3. And then your top target is going to be that 200 SMA there on PROG. How's the SPY looking right now? The SPY, more range bound today, guys. A little range bound. We just got to wait for it to break out of its range, whether that's to the upside or whether that's to the downside, and actually have it starting to form a trend. And once we see it breaking out of its range and it's more trend bound, that's when we can look for opportunity there on the SPY. Right now, the top stocks, we have CCXI to the short side. CCXI right now, depending on where we bounce back up to, we have room to $37. They're on CCXI to the downside. OCGN, head and shoulders formation, cracking below 893. Room down to 886 before we probably see a bounce. Then the VWAP, 877, probably see a little bit of a bounce. And then potentially down towards around 862. They're on OCGN. Then again, we just talked about PROG. 258 resistance, next target 270. Support right now, back at that 245 level. So right now, do we have any questions, comments, concerns, right? There's some action, right? We got PROG. OCGN had some nice action. You know, it's definitely a little on the warmer side. Not as choppy, not as cold. There's definitely opportunity, but not an abundance of opportunity. But again, it's sitting back waiting for that best of the best setup and the best of the best opportunity, guys. So again, right now, CCXI, OCGN, and PROG, these are the top 3 stocks that everybody should be watching. Thinking about adding more to Zoom today. I'm thinking about adding just a little bit more to Zoom. We're actually seeing some nice consolidation. Starting to see that RSI try and perk out of oversold. Maybe see some more buying momentum move in. Slight divergence, nothing crazy. But I do like Zoom, and I think I may start adding a little bit to Zoom here right around that 254 today. So again, we have this established neckline. They're on OCGN. We have the potential left shoulder right there at 912 resistance. Up towards around 912 and a rejection. May consider the shorts for the possible head and shoulders formation here on OCGN. And we may see a little bit of a short-term reversal here on CCXI. The low, the lower low, potentially a higher low, breaking over 3860. We could start to see CCXI bounce back up just a little bit. We've looked at TTNP. LOKB's not doing all that much. Actually, LOKB, did that one? No, that one's selling off a little. LOKB pulling back there a little bit. PETV was the other one that had no news, and that one's not doing anything. TIPT right now, it's trying to pick back up. It's trying to get some more attention, a little bit more focus right now. It's just very light volume on this stock. RRD, same thing. It's losing a lot of attention. It's losing a lot of volume. NTRB, now this one is just off that 1172, just getting absolutely crushed back down the 10. It could bounce around a little bit, but it's a very choppy stock. And this is a very, very, very choppy stock and a very risky stock as well. So we'll continue to keep this one on watch, but I'm not a fan of how the stock's been moving today. So right now, guys, another, good market out of the gate, right? Seeing some nice action, seeing some nice hype out of the gate, and traders making some good profits too, right? Seeing some good profits, especially on GOTU right out of the gate. And then, yeah, it was really GOTU, and other than that, not a lot really setting on up right now, guys. That would be like a Matt question, Tom. That would be a Matt question when it comes to something like that. That is not my field of expertise. So again, I would have to do just some research on that to give you a great answer. Again, it's just not my area of expertise. Maybe that would be better for like Matt, Casey, right? Yeah, absolutely, Tom. Yeah, if I don't know, I'm not going to bullshit. I'd rather just say, hey, I don't know. Like, it's just not my area of expertise. That's not really my my strong suit, right? And I would rather go find someone that, brings more value from that aspect. So again, yeah, I think that would be a good question for like Matt. A good question for like Casey. Maybe Beth, right? Beth in chat. So right now, it's definitely slowing down a bit, guys. It's 10:51 in the market. Definitely starting to slow back down. I'm still watching CCXI. It's starting to reverse here just a little bit, but I'm really watching CCXI on the 5-minute. And here's why I'm watching CCXI on a 5-minute chart. 1 minute, nice reversal. But we go look at the 5 minutes, right? Increased selling volume along this big sell-off, right? We increased in volume as the stock sold off. That tells me there's more and more and more sellers moving into CCXI. And if we see this stock bounce, right, 2 to 3 candles into a level of resistance on decreasing volume, we could see the next leg down there on CCXI. So depending on what we look like over the next, I would say 2 to 3 minutes, closing this 5-minute candle out, depending on how it looks, we could see it roll back on over, back down to 38. So how we doing on YouTube? Come on, guys, hit me with a good something. What's up? What's going on? Happy 10:53 in the market. What's going on? How is your trading day going? What are you guys looking at? Do we have any questions, comments, or concerns? Right now, it's a little bit on the slower side. And again, I'm just really sitting back and being as patient as possible. You know, the one trade out of the gates, I didn't go full size because I'm just a little hesitant with, you know, these small caps and my edge performing well. So like what Mark Douglas would say, right? You have an edge. It's not going to work 100% of the time. It'll work 70% of the time, right? There are those times and those market conditions where your edge simply doesn't work. And that's when you have to scale it back, right? He calls it sample size. Scaling it back to still get your feet wet without taking big losses, especially if the market conditions really aren't healthy for your edge to work out correctly. So I've been really scaling it back, right? Really scaling it back. That's why I'm only down 40 bucks on the day. And I'm just, again, waiting for just a really clean, really solid setup to get that winner, to get that profit, right? But right now, I'm not going to force anything. I'm not going to rush anything. Right now, my edge isn't really working. We don't have that extreme volatility and that, you know, really beautiful consistency for me to feel confident going 2, 3, 4,000 shares on some of these plays. Placid, what drives the somebody knows something scanner? So that is a put to call ratio scanner. So again, it's scanning for unusual volume in options, right? So a certain stock that has unusual volume with options, it's going to alert there on the scanner. Somebody knows something, right? You know, if we see abnormal, right, high relative options volume, sorry, I thought my computer was grinding. That's going to alert saying, hey, there's a substantial amount of options volume on this particular stock. Someone may know something. You know, again, like I was saying earlier, you know, GWH had some decent potential. We had that 1750 bottom support. We never came back down that low. We actually held above 1826. And now we're starting to put in a new all-time high, a new intraday high. So right now on GWH, your new level of support is going to be 20 bucks. They're on GWH, right? Natural psychological support right around $20. So we may start to see a little bit of that next leg down here on CCXI. I think it still has maybe another 50 cents to the upside before we start to see it dropping on back down a little bit. I would wait. Kids King, if you're looking at ANY, I would wait on ANY. I would wait. No reason to jump the gun here because, you know, hey, we still have a long way to go. You still got about, what, 5 hours till the market closes. Anything could happen in the next 5 hours. You could see this down at $5. You could see it down at $6. I personally would wait for the end of the day to actually get a little bit more of an edge and an idea if we could potentially see that mid-candle setup. I'd like to see this closing back above 750 for me to even have it on watch tomorrow for that possible mid-candle breakout. And again, full disclosure, full transparency, guys. I had 4 tickers I traded, right? I'm down 44 bucks. Still coming off of basically like 2 to 3 weeks of not trading, right? Through the move, through the transition, all the distractions, not been performing well. And I'm really just getting back in the zone. It's crazy how a couple weeks of not trading and a couple weeks of distractions and just not being zoned in really does take you out of the zone, right? And it's just really getting readjusted, right? And then coming back into the market and noticing that the market conditions aren't really allowing my edge to play out. So again, right now, it's a little bit of a red streak. You know, it happens. You're not right 100% of the time. A lot of traders aren't right 90, 80% of the time, right? The best traders in the world have win rates of like 50%, guys. Again, for every 2 trades they take, they're wrong on 1. For every 20 days they trade, they are, red on 10. It just happens. That's a part of the game. So right now, it's all about keeping the losses small, getting through these market conditions for me that just really don't work well with my trading style, and just keeping it tight, keeping it small, trying to bang out these small, consistent green days, and just waiting for those market conditions to return a little bit. We get back in the zone, get back grinding with some nice big time profits. Right now, it is a bit on the slower side. Really what we got going on today, guys, right now at this point in time, GWH above, I would actually bring your support down. I mean, $20 natural support, but if it does momentarily drop below 20, it does have a little bit better support back down towards around like 1940. They're on GWH, ideally holding above $20 natural support. You got CCXI, still just watching this one to see if this one ever sets up for a long or a short here. It is moving a little bit. There is definitely some potential opportunity there. And then again, PROG just has the momentum. PROG is where 80% of traders are. Over 260, room to 270. Over 270, room to 287 here over on PROG. J, CRVS. Let's check out CRVS. CRVS, nothing really happening there. CRVS doesn't look good at all right now. If this one holds above 5, just looking at the daily chart, you could bounce off 5, maybe back up to like 530 and 550, but it's a higher risk play because it's not a really good technical setup. There's nothing that's really appealing about it. You just may see a natural $5 bounce, which you kind of just saw there a second ago, and it popped up about 7 cents. So looking at the intraday, the volume, the price action, definitely nothing there at this point in time. Looking at the daily chart, nothing that really stands out to me and wows me about CRVS. Yeah, it's crazy. Matt's coming back off his, this is his 3rd week back since taking the summer off. He's had 4 red days and 5 green days in the last 9 days, right at 50-50. But it's really about risk management. And if you can manage that risk well and always implement at least a 2-to-1 risk reward, you're always going to walk away profitable. So again, we have red streaks. We have green streaks. It's very random. We don't know in what order the wins and the losses are coming. But as long as we have a strategy and an approach and an edge that produces consistent results over the course of a good average 6 months a year, you will walk away profitable. But again, you have to be extra disciplined, making sure you're managing that risk and not letting days like today completely eat up your account to where you have a big hole to recover on. Really, all you have right now on OCGN is a very steep downtrend. Very steep downtrend, right? So what we're looking for is for this stock to hold above, maybe the VWAP support, start to see some buying volume move in for a break of this nice downtrend. And then we could start to see that leg back up towards around $9.12 would be a pretty good target there. That's all it's about. It's all about getting back in the zone. It really, if you take literally a week or two out of the market, we'll kind of take you out of the zone a little bit. I promise you it will, right? You know, how long have I been out of the market? Well, I've been in the market with you guys, but I haven't really been actively trading, right? The transition from cash to margin accounts, the transition with the home, I haven't really been focused in the market, and that's taken me out of the zone. And now it's just about getting back into the zone. And while you're getting into the zone, guys, it's all about taking those small size trades, those sample sizes, just to get your feet wet. You know, again, you're going to make a couple mistakes. I'd rather make some mistakes with 100 shares versus 10,000 shares, right? Rather make a $40 mistake than a $4,000 mistake. So right now, it's just all about getting warmed back up, getting back in the zone, and just ready to crush it, guys. And another thing, too, is when you're out of the zone, guys, you lose a little bit of confidence, right? Matt, I don't know if you could vouch and agree with that, but when you're not really in the zone and you just don't feel like you're in the zone, it kind of messes with your confidence a little bit, right? And when you lack that confidence, you start second guessing, you start hesitating. And I've noticed that not being in the zone has messed with my confidence. And since my confidence is being messed with, I hesitate a little bit more. I make silly mistakes, right? RRD typed in my order entry box, and the whole time I'm watching SOFI for the trade, and now we go look at SOFI, and I wanted to buy this at 1835, and it's up at 1872, and I don't see any reason to get out of this trade in hindsight. It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. So again, when you're not in the zone, guys, it does mess with you. And when you realize you're not in the zone, we're human, right? We're not perfect 100% of the time. We all suffer every now and then. And again, we're not in the zone. You just have to just really realize, hey, I'm not in the zone today. Let's just go ahead and step it back. Let's scale it back a little bit until we get warmed back up. That's it. Woo! Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Those 427 cash secured puts, SPY never came back down, made your $500 a contract. That's what I'm talking about. Good job, good work. Jay says he has zero confidence in stocks. Jay, why do you think you have zero confidence in stocks? Are you able to read the charts, right? Do you understand setups? Do you know what types of criteria you need to see on particular setups, right? Maybe is it risk management? Maybe it's preparation, right? Are you not prepared where you don't know what your risk is ahead of time? What your potential profit is ahead of time? There's a lot of things that could be why there's no confidence. And let's try and dissect where that's, stemming from. Again, is it the preparation? Is it the lack of, maybe reading the charts good as far as technical analysis? Let's find a way to kind of dissect that to see what you can do today, tomorrow, next week, next month to really start building that confidence in the market. And really confidence is built when you start testing your strategies and you start testing your edge in a simulated account. You can make money in a simulated account. You know what? You can make money in a real account. You can't make money in a simulated account. You're not going to make money in a real account. So at least getting into a simulated account and applying what you're learning, trying to see if you can get some consistent results, and then applying that with real money, and that's going to boost your confidence right there. But the first things first is just, getting in the zone, identifying your edge. What works, what doesn't work. And how do you do that? It's by paper trading. It's by looking at the data. It's looking at those numbers, right? Do you suck at trading bull flags? Don't trade a bull flag. Are you really good at trading reversals? Focus on trading reversals, right? That right there alone is going to help boost that confidence. And again, it's learning, Jay. It's learning. So again, get into a simulated account, practice, practice, practice. You think Tom Brady just walks out onto the field on Sunday and starts, throwing balls? No, he's practicing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Then he's out there on the field. And guess what? Even if they win or lose, they're practicing again. He's the GOAT, right? Tom Brady's an amazing football player. Absolutely amazing, right? The man doesn't have to practice. He's just great. He's good. He's got 20 years of, on the field practice. He's absolutely amazing. Why does he still practice? Because practice makes perfect, right? You stop practicing, you stop growing, you stop applying yourself and trying to be better than you were the day before. You're going to become stagnant and you're going to become really shitty. So it's about practicing. Practice, 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 okay? And then, you know, the more you practice, the more you start figuring things out. The more you start figuring things out, you start building confidence. And when you build confidence, you want to take what you're doing right and you're going to apply that in a real account, right? And you're going to do fine. You're going to do just fine. But it's all about practicing first. Learning as much as you can. Asking those questions. Taking that initiative, right? And just applying what you're learning, and you will see results. It may take a little bit of time, but you will see those results. We may have a bearish flag here on CCXI, right? Nice big dump to the downside, consolidating sideways on decreased volume. That is a bearish flag setup possibility here on CCXI. So I'm waiting to see if CCXI sets up. Any recommendation for a simulated account besides TOS? I mean, TOS is absolutely the best, right? It's absolutely the best. What you can do is you can type in paper trading accounts, right, on Google. Just type in paper trading accounts on Google and, you know, see what comes up. But as far as what I know, TOS is like the go-to simulated account, right? Now, everyone has simulated accounts. Webull has a simulated account. E-Trade, they have simulated accounts, but again, from experience, Thinkorswim is probably one of the best. You know, the runner-up would be like Webull. We got some time on CCXI, but if it continues to consolidate in this slight upward fashion, still below the 9 EMA, I am possibly considering a short position here on CCXI, but we have a little bit more time to get tight inside this flag and see if we can start cracking on down to the downside on CCXI. There was the break of the downtrend for you guys on OCGN. And yeah, of course, PROG just has a lot of potential. PROG has a lot of momentum. A lot of momentum to the upside. Right now, we're starting to lose a little bit of that momentum, though. We're starting to see some divergence set in. We're starting to see a little bit less volume. We can tell by the movements and the price action that it's losing that momentum. And we could start to see a bigger, healthier pullback here on PROG. We could, right? We see that divergence, the lack of volume. See that price action and that momentum slowing down a little bit. We could visually see that there on the chart. We may actually start turning on over here on PROG and start to see, you know, maybe that 245 coming on up. So now we're starting to see get a little top heavy there. Definitely could see that coming. Jay, one thing I can say your site. Huh? You got me confused, Jay. I'm very confused. Yeah, okay, you were still typing. That's taught me enough to get some confidence to actually start training. I love it. And the fact that you do this in here for people, that's truly amazing. Jay, I do it because of, you know, I've been in everybody's shoes at one point. I've been in your shoes. I was a new trader and I had zero confidence and I really did not do good. And it took me 3 years to figure it out. And I realized I could have cut that in half and got successful a lot faster. I'm like, I hate seeing people lose money. I hate seeing people fail. And I hate people saying the stock market's a scam. It's not a scam. We just got to get these people educated. But not a lot of people are all about the education. They're about a quick paycheck, pushing alerts, not really trying to help you be successful. And I wish that there was somebody 7 years ago for me to help me become successful in 6 months to a year and not have to take 3 years and $40,000 of blown up money to finally figure it out. So that's why I do what I do, because I wish someone was there for me, and I want to be able to be there for you guys. That's why I host the free sessions, right, once a week. That's why I do the free streams in the morning. That's why I go on TikTok. That's why I try and do everything that I can do to the best of my ability to make sure that you guys are growing, make sure you guys are learning, make sure you guys are seeing success a lot faster than what I saw success. So I appreciate those kind words, man. I appreciate that you see the value, you like it, it's helping. I mean, that just absolutely fires me up. So we'll give it a couple more minutes, guys. We'll give it a few more minutes here. See if I possibly get this set up on CCXI. And if I do, maybe we got a trade inbound, and then we'll dive into a little bit of an afternoon topic. And today, really just briefly talking about options, right? The basic stuff. What's a call? What's a put, right? How you should start trading. Options, right? What are the Greeks? What do they represent, and why you need to know those? Again, keeping it very, very simple, very, very basic, to at least you have an understanding and an idea of what you're getting yourselves involved with when it comes to options. And again, it's just going to be a nice little topic. Very, very simple stuff, guys. We're not going to overcomplicate it. We're not going to go into the advanced stuff. Again, we're keeping it extremely simple for some of the new traders today that do want a little bit more education when it comes to options. I really like the short potential that I'm seeing on CCXI. I like this sideways upward consolidation after that big drop. Definitely setting up for a potential bullish flag. And we have that decreased volume. We see the rejection off the 5-minute 9 EMA. We're at our 50% extension. And there's a couple separate reasons why this could be a really nice short here on CCXI. So right now, I started my position on CCXI very tiny. Again, I'm keeping it pretty small in the market. As again, there's been a little bit inconsistency. And again, I'm just getting my feet wet as a little bit of a starter right off that 9 EMA rejection, because we should, if this is a bearish flag, we should start to see this crack momentarily if it is going to be that bearish flag setup. And if it's a bearish flag, it could drop out of this consolidation pretty fast, pretty aggressively. I'd rather go ahead and start building a tiny position during this consolidation and looking for the rejection and looking for the potential crack back down like 38.50-ish. 38.50-ish there on CCXI. May bounce back up just a smidge more. It may bounce back up just a little bit more, which is absolutely okay. That would give me an opportunity to get a little bit more of a position here. But if it does start cracking now, at least I have a little something here. But I think it may bounce up just a smidge more before we actually see the possible crack in that potential next leg down here on CCXI. I do think it may bounce back up just a little bit more, though. I do think it may pop up just a smidge more here on CCXI. Let's see. I mean, hey, it may start cracking a little bit right here. May start cracking a little bit right here. If we can drop below 38.80, the sellers can come down below 38.90. So again, right now, just looking to see if we can start to see this kind of turn on over. We are actually outside of the uptrend now. We are out of the flag on the 1 minute. The 5 minute, we could still bounce a little bit here. But we got that 9 EMA starting to point down a little bit, which could definitely start to see this get that nice little crack, that quick little drop, possibly back into like the 38.50s next. And then you're looking down at like 38 to 37.88. Would be the next level that, you know, you'd probably see a bounce where you would want to cover CCXI. It's not really dropping as quick as I would think. Now it's starting to drop and crack here a little bit. Not as aggressive as I was, you know, anticipating, but we are starting to see the crack here a little bit. There we go. Now it's starting to crack. 38.70, 38.66, 38.59. I'm out. I'll take it. I'll take the quick scalp. I'll quick the quick short. A base that's a base hit. A green trade's a green trade. You know what? For a pretty slowish day in a market where my edge doesn't really work the best, I'll take a quick 140 on CCXI. And again, I never got the full position I wanted. I wanted probably 1,000 shares of the play. But again, just knowing that I need to take smaller size, I only took about 350 shares. And I got out right around that 38.50 level. And it's still dumping and still cracking. So that was a good one. That was one that I was very patient for. I mean, we spotted this one around 10:45, and I got a trade around 11:20 on it. So again, that was about a 40-minute trade, waiting for this to actually set up, waiting for the confirmation, getting the confirmation, nailing that entry, and taking it for a quick little 50 cents to the downside. Not a bad little way to go ahead and wrap up our early morning trading. All right, so let's go ahead and do this, team. Let's do a quick little scan, and then let's go ahead and dive into a little bit of an afternoon discussion, a little bit of an afternoon topic on options. PROG, again, I still think we have some room to the downside, maybe 235. OCGN, still in this nice little downtrend. Support right now is back off that prior bounce low, right around 875 support. 875 is a good level of support for OCG. And if you ever crack below 875 here on OCGN, you have room down towards around 860 on OCGN. CCXI, if you guys want to take a screenshot of this, definitely take a screenshot of CCXI and label this bear flag, right? This was a textbook, beautiful confirmation across the board. This was an absolutely amazing bearish flag formation there on CCXI. So again, if you want to take a screenshot, I recommend taking that screenshot and definitely throwing this in like a folder on your computer so you can go back and reference what a bearish flag looks like. So that was a bear flag. So how would I do a short, like sell the stock? So basically, number one, you have to be able to short the stock. So I use Lightspeed, and the reason I use Lightspeed is because a lot of these stocks are easy to short. I don't have to pay any fees. I don't have to locate Again, there's a lot of stocks they have that are just free to short, easy to short. Number one, the stock has to be shortable with your broker, right? So if the stock is shortable with your broker, all you would do is sell the desired amount of shares, right? Sell those shares to the market, and your goal is to rebuy them back at a lower price. And you get to keep the difference of what you sold them to at the market and what you're rebuying them back at. You don't have to own the shares. So basically what you're doing is you're borrowing those shares from your broker. So they are lending you those shares, automatically selling those shares to the market, and then your job is to ideally buy them back at a lower price, return those shares to your broker, pay a small fee, and you get to collect the difference. So for instance, I shorted 350 shares right at $39. So I borrowed 350 shares from Lightspeed, and they sold them at the market at $39. I rebought those shares back at $38.50. Right? So I bought them back at $38.50. I gave those shares back to Lightspeed, but I got to collect the difference, right? Because I bought them back cheaper. So that's how shorting works. Basically, you're being loaned the shares, and your job and your goal is to rebuy them back at a lower price to collect that difference. Now, if you have to rebuy them back at a higher price, you do have to take that loss, right? You are going to pay more than they were sold for, and that is going to be a debit from your account. You are going to lose if you have to rebuy those shares back at a higher price. And again, you have to have a margin account to short stocks. You have to have a margin account to short stocks, all right? Real quick, we got a question about GOTU before we dive into a little bit of an options topic. Any advice on GOTU? Right now, intraday, there's no reason to look at GOTU here intraday. Now, could it still be possibly setting up to continue to move up and possibly fill that gap at like $8 to $9? Absolutely. There is still some good potential on GOTU, but right now it's a day-to-day thing. Right now, would I be jumping in on GOTU? No. What would I be doing? I would be waiting for this stock to pull back on the daily chart, right? Level off somewhere, come into a level of support, and then see a nice bounce, and then I would be confident to jump in for the potential next leg up on GOTU. So right now, my advice would be to sit back and be patient and wait for GOTU to come to you, right? We have support on the daily chart back down around 345 to 350. So I would just be in an observation mode, right? I'd be in observation mode. I'd be observing this one day after day after day. And if it ever looks good around 350, right, we get a nice bounce, some good volume, we see it, starting to get some more attention, then yes, absolutely, we could then build our plans for the possible next leg up. But right now, I would not be touching GOTU. Intraday, nothing. Daily chart, nothing. I would be sitting back, being patient, and waiting for the trade to come to you. And right now, looking at that daily chart, we have room down to $3.50. All right, so let's go ahead and do a quick little options discussion, guys. Again, not a planned lesson, nothing prepared, but I know a lot of you guys want some more information about options, okay? So we're going to keep it very, very, very simple, not using any advanced technical terms or anything like that. We're going to keep it really simple, and so simple that we're going to go to Google. We're going to go to investopedia.com, and we're going to type in what is an option, right? What's an option? Let's go to investopedia.com, okay? And let's just read you guys off the definition, right? The basic definition. So it's a financial instrument, right? It's a financial instrument that is based off the value of a stock, right? So it's a financial instrument that's based on the value of a stock. An option contract offers the buyer the opportunity to buy or sell depending on the type of contract they hold, the underlying asset. Okay, so basically an option is it's a derivative, right? Its value is based on what the underlying asset is doing, right? So for instance, a call is going to appreciate in value if the underlying asset is moving to the upside, right? So for instance, the SPY. Let's say you buy a call on the SPY. You want the SPY to go up. Call means up, put means down, all right? So a call, you're long. You want the stock to go up. A put, you're short. You want the stock to go down. And again, those calls and puts, the value of that options contract really derives, right? It comes from the underlying asset and what the underlying asset is doing, okay? So an option, basically the way we trade options, to keep it simple for this topic, is we're not going to buy an option, right? And want the stock's price to be in the money to where we can actually take delivery of those underlying shares, okay? Because an options contract, basically you control 100 shares of the stock. So for instance, if you bought one call on the SPY, right? You bought one call of the SPY, you control 100 shares of the SPY. You control 100 shares. If you buy 10 calls of the SPY, you control 1,000 shares of the SPY, all right? So you're controlling a set amount of shares of the SPY, okay? The last thing that you want to focus on right now is buying a call, the call going in the money, and then you exercising the option and taking delivery of those 100 shares. You would actually have to have the capital in your account to be able to buy those shares at the strike price. So example, the SPY. Let's say that you come into the options chain for the SPY for tomorrow, right? Let's say you bought a 435, or I'm sorry, a 435 call option, right? It's at 435. That's the strike you're buying right here. 435 strike on the SPY. It's going to cost you $195. That's $195 to buy one options contract. And that one options contract controls 100 shares of the SPY in the form of an options contract, okay? What we are not looking to do right now as a new options trader is to buy that 435 call option. And let's say the SPY goes to 440, right, tomorrow. That means you are 5 strikes in the money. So let's actually break it down this way. Let's say last night you bought a 430 call option on the SPY, right? You bought a 430 call option. Yesterday it was out of the money. Today it's considered to be in the money, right? Because the stock's price is above that 430 strike. What we're not looking to do is exercise that option and take delivery of those 100 shares. Because what you would have to do is you would have to have enough money in your account to buy those 100 shares at $430 a share. So at that strike, at 430, if you were to take delivery of those 100 shares, you would have to have 430 times 100. You would have to have $43,000 in your account to take delivery of those 100 shares. Now you own, right? You would own 100 shares of the SPY at 430. Right now the stock's price is at 434. So how in the world can you own the SPY at 430 when the SPY is right now is at 434? Someone owns 100 shares of the SPY. They wrote that contract. They sold that contract to you to collect that premium that you paid, that $100, $200, $300. They got paid to write an options contract on their 100 shares, right? Now, if that goes in the money, so if the SPY is above your strike price before expiration, you could basically, hey, Jeff, you sold me that SPY call, that strike, right? That SPY call at 430. You sold that to me, right? Yeah, I paid you $300 for that option contract to basically control 100 shares of the SPY, all right? So right now, the SPY's at 434, right? I bought the 430 strike. I'm going to go ahead and take delivery of those shares. Jeff's like, are you sure? Yeah, man, I want to own the SPY at 430. So Jeff, based on the agreement, you have to give me those 100 shares, and I'm only going to pay 430. I'm not going to pay $434.77. I'm going to pay $430 because that's the contract. That was the written agreement, Jeff. You have to give me those 100 shares, right, at $430 a share. Right? Cool, thank you. Boom. Took delivery of 100 shares. I have an average cost basis of $430. Right? Now you own 100 shares of the SPY at $430. You could take those 100 shares and turn around right away and sell them to the market at $434.73, and you can actually make that profit. Right? That's a little bit more advanced when you actually want to own the underlying asset. Right? If you want to own the underlying asset, you would buy a call, for instance. It would go up. It would put you in the money. You could technically call Mr. Jeff and say, hey, I want my shares. I want to own this. That's a little bit more advanced. What are we looking to do? We're looking to basically trade large cap stocks like the SPY. We're looking to trade the SPY without needing that much capital, right? If you wanted to go buy 100 shares of the SPY, you're paying $43,000 to buy 100 shares of the SPY, right? The SPY goes up $1. How much would you make? You'd make $100, right? If you bought 100 shares of the SPY, you're going to pay 43 grand. If it goes up $1, you make $100. Or you can come into an options chain. You could buy an options contract which controls 100 shares of the SPY. And if the SPY goes up $1, right, you would make the delta, right? So the delta is what you're going to make or what you're going to lose per options contract. So look at it this way. You see a delta as 0.46. That means for every dollar the SPY goes up, your options contract should go up $46 in value. So now you still think the SPY is going to go up, right? You bought 100 shares of the SPY and it went up $1, you make $100, but you're paying $44,000 to do that. Or you can come into this options chain. You could buy the 435 strike with a 47 delta. You can buy 2 of those contracts. So again, it's $186 a contract. So 186 times 2, you could pay $372, right, to get 2 contracts. If the SPY goes up $1, you're going to make $46 per contract. So you're going to make $46 times the 2 contracts. You'd make $92. Is this making sense? So you could spend $400 on an options contract to make $100. Or you can go spend $44,000 on the SPY itself to get 100 shares to make $100. What do you guys want to do? You guys want to go drop 44 grand on the SPY, watch it go up $1, make $100? Or you guys want to go drop $400 on 2 options contracts and be able to make the same amount of money with a lot less capital? Right? That's why people really love trading options. But here's a fact. Did you guys know that 90% of all calls and all puts expire worthless? Did you guys know that 90% of all calls and puts expire worthless? So that means for every 100 options traders that are in an options contract trade, 90 of those 100 are going to lose their investment. Only 10 of them are going to make money. There is a lot of risk associated with options, right? You have a lot of variables. A stock, you have 100 shares, it goes up $1, you make $100. You have 100 shares, it goes down $1, you lose $100, right? It's very easy. It's literally how many shares do I have and how much is the stock moving? There's no other variables, right? Now with an options contract, you have something called the theta. You have something called the implied volatility, right? You have something called the delta, the gamma. There's a lot, all right? There's a lot of variables, right? There are things that work against you when it comes to options. And the one thing is going to be the theta. So write this down, guys. Again, the delta is how much money you can make or lose for every dollar the stock goes up or down, right? Like that example, you bought 2 contracts of the SPY for $185 a piece. If the SPY now goes up $1, you're going to make $47 per contract because the stock went up $1. That represents the amount you're going to make or lose for every dollar the stock goes up, for every dollar the stock goes down. But one thing you have to be extremely mindful of is something called the theta. The theta. right? The theta is time decay, right? You actually have time working against you with an options contract. If you own 100 shares of the SPY, you don't have time working against you at all. You can hold those for the next 100 years and you still have 100 shares. Time's not working against you. But with an options contract, you have options and they expire, right? They are no longer tradable. These options have a time limit on them, right? They have a countdown. And eventually, they will reach 0 on the clock. And then they are no longer tradable, right? They are done. That's gone, right? On to the next one, right? That's why you have expirations, right? 1 day until expiration. 1 day from today, you will no longer be able to trade this one. Then you'll have a 3 day until expiration. Eventually, that clock's going to go to 0. You're not going to be able to trade them. So you have the theta, which is time decay. You have time working against you. And the theta represents how much you're going to lose on that options contract for every day you hold it. So if you were to buy right now the 435 strike on the SPY and pay that $188, and the SPY does nothing. The SPY does absolutely nothing. It sits right where it's at and it sits sideways. It doesn't go up, it doesn't go down, it sits sideways. If you would have bought 100 shares, you'd be break even. Right? If you bought 100 shares and the stock didn't do anything, you'd be break even. Now, if you go buy an options contract and the stock doesn't do anything and you hold it for a day, you're still going to lose money. And you're like, well, that sucks. Yeah, there's a lot of variables when it comes to options, right? You're going to lose money because of the time decay. So hypothetically speaking, you bought a 435 strike, you paid $187 for it, $190, and the SPY does nothing. You hold it until tomorrow morning at 9:30. You're going to lose $123 of that value. So that options contract tomorrow would be worth just about $60. So you're immediately losing 60 to 70% of your investment, and the stock did absolutely nothing. It sat sideways, right? That's why I like shares. I don't like time working against me, right? I'm good at technical analysis. I'm good at getting an idea of when a stock can move and how much it can move, right? But every now and then, it takes another week. Every now and then, it takes a couple 2 weeks, right? AMD, we nail it. Apple, we nail it. It just took a little bit longer than expected. My options expired worthless because of time decay, because of the theta. If I would have just bought shares, I would have been profitable. So that's why I like shares. I know, why would you go put 40, 50 grand into a stock when you can go buy options? Well, because at the end of the day, I'm able to manage my risk a little bit better, and I don't have that time working against me. It's personal preference. And there is a unique way to trade these options, right? You have to be very mindful of a lot of things. You got to be mindful of the delta, because the delta is what you're going to make or lose for every dollar the stock goes up and for every dollar the stock goes down. You have to be mindful of the theta, because if you hold that call, you hold that options contract into the next trading day, you will lose what the theta is. So in this scenario, you would lose $122. You paid $180. You would lose $122. You now have a contract that's worth $60. And the stock did nothing. It didn't go up. It didn't go down. And then you have something called implied volatility, right? The IV. The implied volatility is the expected amount of volatility over the duration of the options contract. To keep it simple, you want to buy when the IV is low, and you want to be a seller when the IV is high. You do not want to be a buyer, ideally, when the IV is high. That's when you want to be a seller. So the lower the IV, the better. The higher the IV, the more artificially inflated the value of the stock is, or the value of the option is. The higher the IV, the more inflated the value is. It's not a realistic value. It's overpriced, right? So again, you want to be a buyer, ideally when an IV is low, and you want to be a seller when the IV is high. The lower, the better, right? So again, the IV is implied volatility. So that's the expected amount of volatility over the duration of that options contract. So what this is saying is the SPY is expected to be 20% volatile. Now, if we go look at something like PROG, right, and their IV, it's 500%. It's 500%, guys. right? If you would have bought PROG when the IV was at 20, and now the IV is at 500, those options contracts just went bananas in value. They're being artificially inflated, right? The premium, the value, what they're worth is being driven up because of the volatility of the underlying asset, which drives the price up. Do you really want to buy PROG with a 500 IV and swing it? I would say no, and here's why. Let's say you bought a $2.50 strike of PROG that expires in 3 days. You would pay 45 bucks. It's not a lot, right? Not a lot. But let's say PROG loses all of the volatility. Just loses everything, right? It's not volatile. It's stagnant. It is just slow. That IV is going to go from 500 to 400, 400 to 300, 300 to 200. The stock's not doing anything, but the IV is dropping. That's what we call an IV crush, an implied volatility crush. You could lose a substantial amount of money because the IV went from 500 to 200. And the stock did absolutely nothing. But for the simple fact that it lost that volatility, the IV could start dropping, which is going to bring the value of the contract down. There is no reason PROG, a $2 stock, has a $45 call option. When you go look at the SPY, right? Go look at the SPY. You can buy a SPY contract for $42. And the SPY is worth $400, right? Does that make any sense? Well, it does. Because the IV is so high on PROG that it's bringing up the value artificially. It's not really what that contract should be worth based on what the underlying asset's worth. And again, that being the price of the stock. PROG, $2.44, right? But for the simple fact that the IV is so high, it drives the value up. Basically more demand. People are willing to pay more if you want to look at it that way. Supply and demand. But again, the IV is very important. The last thing you want to do is buy PROG when the IV's at 500. You see PROG do nothing today, tomorrow, Thursday, and you start to see the IV drop. You're just going to lose money. And the stock literally could be sitting sideways. So there's a lot of variables when it comes to options, right? How much you can make or lose, the delta. How much you could lose for every day you hold the contract, the theta. How much you could lose if the implied volatility is substantially high and the underlying asset loses that volatility and the expected volatility starts to decrease as far as the expectations, right? And then you have volume, which is volume, right? How many contracts have traded? And then you have open interest, right? Open interest is the amount of options available, right? Kind of think of it like a float, right? Kind of think of like open interest, like the float. And again, I'm going to get the definition because I want to make sure I'm correct. I'm like 99% confident. Open interest indicates the total number of options contracts that are currently out there to be traded, right? So kind of think of it like the float. The open interest is the float, okay? Right? So again, that's the amount of options that are available to be traded. The float is how many shares are available to be traded. So the open interest is very important as well. You want to have typically a higher open interest, right? The higher, the better. You want to have high volume. You want to see that there's volume on that options contract. So again, the topic was very simple. It's meant to just introduce you to the options world, right? Calls, you want the stock's price to go up. Puts, you want the stock's price to go down, okay? The delta is how much you can make or how much you can lose for every dollar the stock goes up or down, okay? Very easy stuff. The theta is how much money you can lose for every day you hold the contract, okay? The implied volatility is the expected amount of volatility over the duration of that options contract's life. The lower the IV, the better. The higher the IV, the worse, because you're paying too much for it. Okay? You want to be a buyer with a low IV. Ideally, you want to be a seller with a high IV. Take Cole, for example. Cole was buying PROG last Friday with an IV of 30 or 40. Cole is up substantially on his options contracts because the IV is so damn high, right? Even though PROG's moved like 50 cents, he's still making a lot more money because that IV is really rampant to the upside. The lower the better on the IV. To be a seller, ideally, yeah, high IV because you're going to get a better value for the options contract. Volume is volume. That's the amount of contracts that have traded. The open interest is like the float. It's the amount of contracts that are currently out there that can be traded. All right? And then you have the bid and the ask. Same thing, right? The bid is what someone's willing to buy. The ask is what someone wants to sell the contract for, right? You have expiration dates. Contracts have a shelf life. Think of it that way. Contracts, options contracts are like milk. They only last so long before they go bad and spoil, all right? And you got to throw it in the trash. Same thing with options. They have a shelf life. There's a time limit on how long that particular options chain is open, right? So here, the 3 means 3 days. So in 3 days, these options contracts will be done. If you go here, you have 38 days. That means you have 38 days until these options contracts are done, okay? So you do have different times, right? Different dates that these contracts will expire, okay? And then you have strikes, right? The strike, to keep it simple, is what you expect the stock's price to be at or above before that expiration date. So if you were to buy a 250 strike, okay? If you're going to buy a 250 strike, you want the stock to be at or above $2.50 by October 15th. But again, that doesn't mean a lot. That doesn't mean a lot when we're day trading options, right? I don't really look at the strike when I'm day trading an option. I don't think Matt really looks at the strike when he's day trading an option. What is Matt looking at? He's looking at that delta, because the delta represents what he can make or lose for every dollar the stock goes up or down. And if he's going to day trade an options contract for 5-10 minutes, right? He's not too concerned about the strike. He's not too concerned about the theta. What's Matt concerned about? He's concerned about, okay, if I bought one contract and the stock goes up $2, I make 2 times the delta. The stock goes down $1, I lose the delta. That's how he's managing his risk. I can make this much, I can lose this much over the next 10 minutes on this options contract. So again, the strike is kind of irrelevant for day trading these options. The strike is relevant if you want to take delivery of those 100 shares at expiration, because you want the stock's price to be at or above when you go to exercise the contract to take delivery of those shares. Because the last thing you want to do is have a $3 strike. You take delivery of 100 shares at $3 and the stock's worth $2.40, right? Does that make any sense? You're immediately down. You're immediately down. So again, the strike is relevant when you actually want to start taking delivery of that underlying asset, okay? Again, delta, theta, open interest. Delta, theta, open interest for day trading, right? Theta, not so much, but still be mindful of it, okay? Swing trading, absolutely the theta. Absolutely. You need to work that theta amount into your plan. If you think you're going to hold the options contract for 5 days, you need to understand what that's going to do as far as devalue your options contract just over those 5 days, because you're going to lose money for holding it for 5 days. So you still have to account for the theta stripping some profits away over that 5-day hold if you're swing trading an option, okay? So, very basic stuff. Today was just a little bit of a topic, an introduction on, options, to kind of get your feet wet, to kind of get you thinking. Right now is a good time for questions, right? We talked about a lot, the Greeks. We talked about strikes, how there's a shelf life, right? What's important, what's not important, depending on the type of trading that you guys are doing. Yes, thank you. The spread. The spread. We know what a spread is, right? The spread is the difference between the bid and the ask, right? So if the bid is 90 and the ask is $1, right? That has a 10% spread. That means if you bought that contract, you're immediately down 10%. You bought it for $1 and you'd have to turn around and sell it for 90 cents. You're going to lose $10 a contract, or 10%. So my rule of thumb is no greater than a 5% spread. That means if I wanted to buy a contract at $1 or $100, that means the bid can't be any lower than $95. That's a 5% spread. right? Because the second you buy a contract, you will be down because there is a spread, right? You're going to be down, right? That's why you have to have a rule, 5% spreads, right? If you jump into an options contract at $1 without looking at the bid-ask spread and realize after the fact that the bid's at $50, you're immediately down 50% because there was a 50% spread, right? Just like you're looking at the level 2. Before you jump into a trade, you want to be mindful of what the level 2 is. 242, 243. There's a 1 cent spread. If I were to market order in and market order out right away, I'm going to lose 1 cent per share. But there are some times that there are stocks where there's a 20, 30, 40 cent spread. That means if you bought 1,000 shares, you're immediately down $40 or $400. I'm sorry. So again, yes, the spread, right? My rule is spreads that are no more than 5%. Right? That's it. Spreads no more than 5%. Okay? And better stocks have tighter spreads. SPY, tight spread. Boeing, tight spread. Netflix, sometimes it's a tight spread. AMD, tight spread. Blue chip stocks, right? Blue chips, mid-cap stocks, large-cap stocks, $50 and above, tight spreads. When you start looking at penny stocks with options, you'll see wide spreads. Like right here, there's a 50% spread. Right here, there's a 20% spread. Right here is a 10% spread, right? The spreads are pretty large here on PROG. Go look at the SPY. The spread is literally a penny, right? It's a penny, maybe 2 pennies at most. 1% spread, 2% spread. You go look at a stock like, again, GWH, we got 30-cent spread. You have a 20-cent spread. You have a 30-cent spread. You have a $1 spread, right? 510 over 1640, $1 spread. Again, spread's very important. Rule of thumb, 5% or lower. Yep, penny stocks with options. Wide spreads, high IVs, right? Stocks like the SPY, tight spreads and low IVs. What I recommend is always starting trading the SPY. Here's why. Number 1, there's 3 expirations per week. The closer to expiration you are, the less expensive the contract is. So 3 expirations per week on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, they're always going to be somewhat cheap, right? You're going to pay like $40, $50, $60 for a contract. Start with 1 contract on the SPY and get your feet wet, right? And then progress the 2 contracts, right? Then look at other stocks. But get your feet wet first on the SPY because they're cheap, the spreads are tight, they have low IVs, the volume and open interest is always perfect. The SPY is volatile right now. It's moving $1, $2 at a time. There's money to be made on a couple contracts, but that's where you start getting your feet wet, is actually just trading the SPY, right? 1 contract, getting used to it, and then starting to progress into other large cap blue chip stocks. Look at your Google. Look at maybe Amazon. They're fucking expensive though. Look at Boeing, AMD, Facebook, right? There's definitely a lot. JP Morgan's a good one, right? Pfizer was good at one point. Cheap, and they moved a lot. So again, there's a lot of well-known companies, really great, consistent moving stocks. That's where you should put your focus with options as a brand new options trader. All right, so do we have any questions, comments, or concerns in regards to options, right? In regards to options, guys. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns? We talked about a lot. Delta, the spread, the open interest, and the volume. The 4 things Matt's looking at. 100%. 4 most important things. The higher the stock's price, the higher the options contract's value, besides the SPY because of the 3 expiration. Every other contract, right? Every other, besides like the Qs and the SPY, right? Everything is going to have Friday expirations, weekly expirations that expire on Fridays, right? The SPY and the Qs are the only exception where you have 3 expirations during the week. So again, the higher the stock price, the higher the option contract. Yes, and the reason why the SPY is cheap is because they have those 3 expirations during the week. You can go close to expiration. They're going to be a little less expensive. So again, any questions? comments or concerns about options, guys? Yeah, so let's do that. Let's do it like a hypothetical example. So right here, let's say I wanted to take a SPY call, right? Let's say I wanted to take a SPY call at 435. Let's say I was going to risk 434. So this green line is my stop loss, or I'm sorry, that red line's my stop. This green line's my entry. And let's say we have room to 437. So this purple line up here, that's my target, all right? So right off the bat, I can say, all right, I'm going to risk $1 to make $2. Perfect, right? 2 to 1. I'm going to make $2 on the SPY. If I'm right, I'm going to risk $1. So now we would go in here and look for a close to expiration call. I'd be looking for like a 20 to 30 delta, right? So, okay, boom. I'd go with a 437 call as a 35 delta. So I can do this off the top of my head. I'm gonna pay $110. So I'm gonna pay $110 for this options contract as a 35 delta. So if the stock goes down $1 based on that chart, right? If the SPY comes down $1 and stops me out, I'm gonna lose $35 per contract. So I paid 110. I'm gonna lose 35 bucks. I'll be able to walk away with $75. I'll lose 35 bucks, right? Now, if the SPY goes up to that level, right, $2 to the upside, I'm going to make the delta times 2. So $35 times 2, because it's a $2 move to the upside, right? So I would make $35 times that $2 move, which is 70 bucks. So I would make $70 on that options contract. Just like that. It's that easy, guys. So you still do your due diligence. You still look at the technicals. You still have stops on the chart. You have entries on the chart. You have targets on the chart. You take those numbers. You take that data. I'm going to lose $1. I'm going to make $2. And you basically just do the math. All right. So I'm going to lose $36 per contract if it goes down $1. And I'm going to make double the delta if it goes up $2. So I'm going to lose 36 bucks to potentially make $72. Right? I'm going to lose $36 to potentially make $72 per contract that I own. So the SPY goes up to 437. I come in here, I sell it, and I would approximately make that $70 on that one contract because the SPY went up $1. So if I were to trade the SPY, I would sit and I would look at my entries. I would have a stop loss based on the chart, right? And I would have my target. So again, entry was here. If the SPY goes up $2, I come in here, right? And I know that I'm going to make approximately the delta times 2, right? The delta times 2. So right now it's 40. So again, 40 times 2 is 80. Now you probably make a little bit more money because the delta will be higher the closer to in the money you are, right? So the closer to in the money you are, the more the delta is, right? Like look at the 436. It's 1 away from being in the money. It's a 48 delta. The one that we're on, hypothetically, is a 39 delta. So the stock goes up $1, you make 39. Now the delta is probably 47. Now the stock goes up another $1, now you're making 47. So yes, you will make a little bit more money than what I said, but for a reference, right? Just to keep it simple. You're looking to make $2, you're going to make the delta times 2. You'll be happy seeing more profits in your account. But to keep it simple, it's the delta times 2. If you're looking at a $2 move to the upside. And if the stock's going to drop $1 and that's your stop loss, you're going to lose the delta for every contract that you hold. So any final questions, comments, concerns? I do have to leave. I do have an appointment. All right, I do have to leave. I have an appointment, so we got a couple more minutes to go, guys. Do you normally buy out of the money? It depends. I focus on delta, like Matt said. If we go up to Matt, right? This is what Matt looks at. Matt's been trading options for many, many, many years, and he's very, very successful with options. So right here, this is what Matt focuses on. He focuses on the delta, the spread, the open interest, and the volume. So let's just focus on delta. The delta represents what we can make or lose for every dollar the stock goes up or down. So I don't care if it's out of the money. I don't care if it's in the money. I'm focused on the delta. right? So here, if I wanted to make $3 for the SPY to go up, right? $1, I would find the delta that's at 0.03. I would make $3 on that contract if the SPY goes up $1. If I want to make $30 on that one contract, I would buy a excuse me, guys. I would buy a 438 strike with a delta of 30, because if the SPY goes up $1, I would make $30. So again, I don't really care if it's in the money, at the money, or out of the money. I'm focused on the delta. If I'm swing trading it, I'm focused on the theta. The lower the theta, the better. If I'm swing trading it, I want to be mindful of implied volatility. And we got to focus on volume and open interest as well. So to answer your question, do you normally buy out of the money? It varies. It depends. Sometimes it's in the money, it's at the money, it's out of the money. There's no set golden rule. There's no set approach. It really just comes down to your risk tolerance, right? If you think $30 is too much the risk, go down to a 17 delta. Now you're only risking $17. If you think $17 is too much, go down to a 11 delta. Now you're only risking $11 if the SPY comes down $1, right? So focus on the delta. The delta is what you're going to make, or the delta is what's going to be what you're going to lose. Again, for every dollar the stock goes up, and for every dollar the stock goes down. All right, team? So again, that's the basics of options, right? That's a little introduction to kind of just get you up to speed and a little bit more knowledgeable when it comes to options. Now, if you want to take your options to the next level, right, and you want more information, strategies, approaches, right, really diving into it a little bit more, we do have that nearly 3-hour-long options course inside the video lessons library, guys, right? So all you do is go over to the website, right, log into chat. Yep, go to, you don't have to be logged in. You got to be logged in the chat. You don't have to be on the chat room page. You go to your member dashboard, come down to your video lessons library, right? Come here and type in options, hit search, and right here, the ultimate options course, right? Right here, it's about 2.5 hours long. So you just simply click that. It's going to load it on up for you, and you guys are good to go. So that's going to give you more insight, more detailed thoroughness, really diving into options pretty aggressively. Again, it's 2.5 hours long. It was a 3-day series that we put together, really diving into those options, guys. All right, so again, video lessons library, type in options. It's the ultimate options course. Our members get that absolutely free. Again, it's 2.5 hours long. It's definitely going to give you a lot more on options, and we talk a little bit more advanced when it comes to options as well. Yep, so I will show you. So if you're on TD Ameritrade and you want to add the delta, the theta, the implied volatility, so right here at the very top, right, you want to drop down the options chain, right? So you want to be able to see the options chain. Come over here to layout, where it says layout, click it. Go down to customize, and then add everything. So type in delta, add the delta. Type in theta, add the theta. Type in implied volatility, add implied volatility, right? Hit OK, and now you're going to have your delta, theta, implied volatility, all that good stuff. So yes, you would just go into your options chain, go to layouts, then go ahead and add the delta, theta, implied volatility, and volume, and you guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. If you don't want net change, you can take net change off. I don't have net change on there. It doesn't really make a big difference if I see what the net change is or not. Okay? All right, guys, so a couple more minutes. 3 more minutes until I have to run out of the house. Any final questions, comments, or concerns in regards to options? All right, and we can talk a little bit more tomorrow about, debit credit spreads, maybe selling calls, selling puts, being the rider, right? Riding those options, right? Selling cash secured puts or calls. Maybe they're naked. Talk about the difference and the risks associated with naked calls and puts versus being cash secured or actually owning, the underlying asset. There's a lot more with options, but to keep it simple, guys, as a new options trader, you think the stock's going to go up? You want to buy a call. Think the stock's price is going to go down? You want to buy a put. You got to be very mindful about the delta. You got to be very mindful about the theta and the implied volatility and the spread. But to keep it simple, you think stock going to go up? You buy call. You think stock going to go down? You buy put, right? Kiss, baby, kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. In the very beginning, no reason to overcomplicate it. No reason to stress yourself out. No reason to do anything like that, guys. All right? So, with that being said, over lunch, guys, like I said, PROG looked like it was going to come back down. That's why I wasn't chasing or touching. OCGN slow and steady. CCXI was a beautiful short out of that bearish flag. I left a lot of money on the table, but I don't care. Got to lock in something. And then GWH. Ow! Look at that go. And where did it come down to? Right? Where did it come down to? 1942. I said $20 is good, but we have better support at 1942. Where did it come down to the penny? 1937. Wow. And look at that. All the way up right after. Boom. If it wasn't for me in this lesson. No, I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. So, we're all set, ready to rock and roll. We are all set, ready to rock and roll, guys. I do have to run out. I do have a meeting this afternoon. And I will leave the live stream open. If I can get back in time for some afternoon commentary, I will. Normally on Tuesdays, we do not do afternoon commentary. But like I said, if I can get back in here and I can actually be here before, 3 o'clock, which I don't know, maybe 3 something. If I'm back, I'll jump on the mic and we'll end our day and get us prepared for tomorrow. Live stream is up until 7 o'clock. You guys get the scanners. You guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. Keep chat clean. Keep it fun. Keep it credible. Be transparent. Be honest. Support one another. Help each other out. Find those opportunities. Rock and roll. Make some profits. YouTube, same thing. Stream is going to be up for you guys until 7 o'clock as well. If you guys are interested in taking that next step, joining the team, becoming a part of the Alpha family, and just taking your trading to the next level versus just 1 day a week, why not invest a little bit in yourself? $119 a month. Can you make at least $119 a month in the market as a new trader while you're learning? The answer is yes. It's very probable. It's very possible. It's very likely, right? So if you can come in and invest a little bit in yourself to get the education you need to be successful, and you can at least make enough to pay for that subscription, is it worth it? The answer should be yes. And even if you're paying $120 a month in your paper trading, is $120 a month worth that investment to get the knowledge to be successful in the market? I think the answer again is yes. Because not only do you get the live stream, the commentary, you're getting $240 scanners, right? Through the stream, $240 a month. You get the video lessons library. We do one-on-one private mentorship sessions with our members. We do daily lessons, Q&As. Guys, no joke. We don't play around. One of the best bang for your buck. Some of the best education. Again, I don't say it coming from my head. I see what everybody in chat has to say, and I just relay that to you guys. So if you want to take your trading to the next level, right, and make that small investment and start seeing more success a lot faster, you can shoot me an email if you have any questions, josh@alphadaytrading.com. You can go to alphadaytrading.com. You can sign up, join the team. But again, if you do have questions ahead of time, never hesitate to reach out to me. I'm always here to help, and I want to be able to help you guys out as much as I can. All right, rebounding, yes, and there's a learning curve. It's still worth it. Yeah, absolutely. You got to be willing to invest in yourself every now and then. The reason why so many traders fail is they get a couple grand, they dump it into an account, and they just start trading. Equities, options, futures, Forex, right? A week later, they lost their money. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what an option even means, right? They don't understand risk management. They don't understand setup. So they're just buying because someone told them to buy the stock. They're just buying because they see that it's number one on the gapper, so they think it's going to go even higher. So they just buy it. They end up losing their money. Trading's a scam. The stock market's a scam. No, it's not a scam, right? You're scamming yourself because you're not getting educated. spend the $119 to not lose $2,000. That's the way I look at it. You have to invest in yourself, right? The only reason people lose in the market is because they don't have the education. If you have the education, you're going to be way better off than someone else that doesn't have the education. You're going to see success a lot faster. And if you want success, if you want not just financial freedom, I don't like the whole financial freedom thing. I talk about freedom in general, right? I took a pay cut to trade because I have freedom. I value my time more than money. I took a $50,000 a year pay cut 3 years ago to trade full time. But it was worth it to me because I see my daughter in the mornings. I see my wife in the mornings, right? I'm here for breakfast. I'm here for lunch and dinner with them. We can go out on the way. I value my time more than money, and I'm willing to take a pay cut to have that freedom. So again, you got to invest in yourself, guys, if you want that freedom, if you want the finances, if you want to acquire the skill set. At the end of the day, guys, you have to invest in yourself. And everybody in chat, they've made that investment. Everybody in chat, they're seeing success. They're seeing results. They're learning day in, day out. They're seeing profits. It's absolutely amazing. You guys fire me up. Keep up the good work, traders. I love each and every one of you. Man, I started over my words big time. I love each and every one of you. That's what I meant to say, especially you, Casey. All right, guys. So have an amazing rest of your day. If I can get back here around 3 o'clock, I definitely want to and end this day with you. Small little teeny weeny base hit today. Nothing too exciting, but again, I throw up anything in profits chat, guys. Again, like, you know, I'm just getting back in the zone. I haven't traded my larger account in a couple months. I was on the small account, yada, 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 yada. So with that being said, throwing that up in profits chat, just getting warmed back up, having some fun, looking to see these market conditions kind of ramp up a little bit as well. We're all set, ready to rock and roll. All right, so everybody on YouTube, enjoy the rest of your day. You have any questions, email me, josh@alphadaytrading.com. Live stream is up until 7. Traders, hold it down, make it happen, have some fun, and I better come back to profits chat blown up. I want to see everybody posting profits today in profits chat. If not, I will ban you. Yes, I will. I will ban you. Don't tempt me with a good time. I haven't banned anybody yet. I kind of want to. No, I'm kidding. Have a good day, traders. Enjoy your lunch. Be smart. Trade safe. If you need anything, you know where to find me. Shoot me the email. If you got my number, you can call me. And I will see you guys hopefully back here right around 3 o'clock as we kick off Power Hour commentary. And if not, I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning at the start of pre-markets, 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Way to crush it, traders. And let's go ahead and end it the way we always do. Hopefully they don't hate me. Hopefully they don't hate me upstairs, but we're going to do it in 3, 2, 1. Woo! Who's yelling down there? He's talking about me on my... Have an awesome rest of your day, traders. Enjoy that lunch. Again, be smart, trade safe. If you need anything, let me know, and I will hopefully see you guys back here later this afternoon. Take care, everybody.